네, 카이아 스퀘어
So Kaia Scale Launch 2024.
스퀘어 라운지 2024 사회를 맡은 아나운서 조혜진.
So this is Jo Hae-ji. Nice to meet you, everyone. So before starting today's session, let me just give you a couple of housekeeping notes. So on your seat, you may see the receiver. So when the speaker is speaking different language from your own, you can rely on this receiver. After power on, you can check the channel and put the earphone on it. Korean channel 1, English channel 2, and Japanese channel 3. So if there is any issue on your receiver, please raise your hand, then our staff will help you right away. So from now on, we are going to start Kaia Square Launch 2024. Please give us a round of applause. So you can see the screen to understand who's going to be the speakers and also the person who is going to deliver the opening keynotes. So first of all, there will be the welcoming speech from Mr. Seongsoo, chairman of Kaia D8ne Foundation. And also we will have Faizer Mansouri, senior vice president from ADGM, and also Mr. Dmitry Fedotov of D8ne Foundation Oversight Registration Authority, and also Kim Woo-seok, CSO of Line Next. And after that, there will be the introductory session of Kaia. Mr. Eun Lee, CBO of Kaia D8ne Foundation, and Mr. Aidan Kwon will deliver their speech. After this session, we will have an in-depth discussion with panel and Q&A discussion. So the first speaker will deliver the opening keynotes. The topic of this presentation is also the main theme of KSL 2024, Kaia, Asia's Gateway to Web3. So Mr. Seongsoo, chairman of Kaia D8ne Foundation, will deliver his opening keynotes. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to meet all of you. I'm Sam from Kaia Foundation, and I would like to thank you all for the great turnout.
And coming today and also taking your time. So 오늘 이제 한국 분들이 많아서 오늘 이제 발표.
Since we are in the presence of many Koreans, I will, if I may, present my presentation in Korean, and I hope you would be able to listen to interpretation in either English or Japanese as seen necessary. So early this year, the chain platform has been merged between Clayton and Finchia, and after the announcement, it has been 7 to 8 months, and we were able to successfully launch the mainnet not so long ago. So I would like to take this opportunity to talk about Kaia, how it became born, and also what we intend to do with it moving forward. So this is a brief introductory video of Kaia, approximately 90 seconds. Please enjoy.
네.
Hope you enjoy the video. So Kaia, as you know, is poised to become Asia's gateway to Web3, to connect Asia to the rest of the world. And we are working with the Asia Build teams, moving forward. And over the long process and journey, we were at the last stage, which was the DLT Foundation establishment. However, this has been successfully done, and on August 16th, as will be presented in the next presentation by ADGM by Mr. Faisal Mansuru. So we have been approved to be licensed on ADGM. So with the launching date, we have given it great concerns. However, we were able to be licensed and also got the approval date to successfully launch the foundation as well. And I believe a lot of you were following our journey. And last Friday, on the 29th of August, we have successfully launched Kaia's mainnet. So it's operational, up and running. So Kaia Square has already started as well. So we are celebrating the new beginning of the mainnet. So I hope you would be able to start with doing the Kaia greetings. Hello, Kaia. Thank you. So we have a lot of partners and also people from the foundation and also users, holders, builders in the ecosystem. Thank you very much for your participation. So we have gone through a very uphill battle, and there has been many changes within the ecosystem. However, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for your contribution and patience. And I would like to give everyone an applause in recognition of all of your efforts and to root for each other. So a lot of hard work had went in to make Kaia become what it is today. So Kaia is a merger of two platforms and two chains. However, it's not just a physical integration. It goes much more beyond. We are to solve solutions, and on the Web3 global change, we are looking for different kind of directions and also trailblazing the future as we know it. So having said what I said, for Web3 and blockchains, there are many problems around the world. So we are thinking of what we can focus on and what kind of solutions we could bring, which would be the priority for Kaia, to look into the present and future, and also areas of focus would be part of the presentation of my presentation. So over the last 5, 6, or 8 years, many different kind of teams and players came in with different kind of platforms, and new users have been injected with many incidents and events as well. However, at present, Web3 comes with its own challenges, and we love blockchain and we try to use the blockchain philosophy to change the world. However, it's not easy. We need a broader base of participation and more users, which has not been so easy up to this point. Looking into the reality when we look in the environment of Web3, I'm not a representative of the government. However, if we are to use a web chain service, we need to register on the exchange and then go through KYC, do deposit, and purchase tokens, and that will have to be transformed to external wallets, and wallet installation would be necessary, and this will also come with different kind of application installations as well, and bridging would be necessary. So we have to go through a very lengthy process. However, starting from Clayton, I have been doing this for over 6 years. So compared to 6 years ago, the complexity has improved. The UX has been improved. However, the complexity actually gone up. So if we look at the Web3 as we know it, if there is someone who is new to the system, it is all the more difficult. That's what we would like to solve with the adoption of Web3 and blockchain technology. So on the same note, we have been working with Clayton Business. And to solve this issue, we thought it would be best to tap into the messaging service, the distributed networks, including Line and Kakao, so that the users would be able to onboard onto the Web3 process with ease in a simplified manner. So that has been at the forefront of what we do. So to this end, over the last 5 to 6 years, we have put in a lot of great work. So through the messengers, we have embedded a wallet so that tokens would be able to be purchased and swapped and exchange through a few clicks, and token purchase and transmission, and also marketplace, and chatting, certification, or exchange matters, and payment has been embedded with blockchain technology. So we made many different kind of attempts, and also came out with different kind of integrations and successful cases, and also failures as well. So building upon our past experience while we are doing Kaia, I think maybe the problem is still there and it's similar. It's not something new, but we are trying to come in with a different kind of solution and a different kind of methodology. So moving on display channels, we can seek into or tap into the new opportunities that come from on-chain. And this should be accompanied in order for the messaging network to be better utilized and for it to have more meaning. So to that end, we have came with a Kaia portal interface, which will give you a better experience for that to be integrated to the messaging services, so that meaningful tokens and dApps and assets would be able to be linked as well under Kaia Wave with partners as well. And on the foundation, we need to have solid working blockchain technology, which is a Kaia protocol. So this is our directionality towards solving issues that are present in the current world. And we have considered many different kind of solutions, which I will explain in more detail. So up to this point, Kaia has 4 pillars: user, asset, technology, so that builders would be able to be very successful in creating ideas and implementation of those ideas. So this is a vision of Kaia, and moving forward, Kaia would like to contribute to making a fairer and more open future based on blockchain technology. So we will be getting into more details today, but you can ask what will be next for us. So what I can say for now is messenger integration has been a good reference case. However, we go beyond that. We go beyond messenger or messaging platform integration, and in the second half of this year, we will be implementing Kaia Wave, as you can see on the screen, and I don't think the video is working, unfortunately. So Line and Kaia is mashing up together to go beyond simple integration to create new experiences and provide them to users, and new assets and new user base would be able to be onboarded as well. And as for the details, I think many presenters who have joined us today will be offering great details. And I hope you make the most of today's presentations and show your support and engagement. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
네, 샘서 의장님.
Chairman Seongsoo, thank you very much again. So the next keynote speaker will be delivered by Senior Vice President of ADGM, Mr. Faizer Al-Mazuri, and also it will be delivered by Mr. Dmitry Fedotov, the head of the DOT Foundation. The topic of their presentation is ADGM's keynote and Kaia's welcome. Now they welcomed Kaia's foundation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Faisal Al-Mansouri, Senior Vice President of the New Age Finance Development in Abu Dhabi Global Market, which is an international financial center located in Abu Dhabi, which is the capital city of the United Arab Emirates. The distributed ledger technology has advanced rapidly in recent years, becoming central to the global digital asset sector. As one of the leading and most forward-thinking international financial centers worldwide, ADGM is at the forefront of global innovation, dedicated to championing technology advancements and supporting crypto initiatives. Our progressive regulatory framework and unwavering commitment to harnessing emerging technologies position us as a premium hub for blockchain and digital asset. At ADGM, we focus constantly providing an unparalleled environment where cutting-edge projects can thrive. Our dynamic ecosystem is designed to foster innovation, ensure regulatory clarity, and support transformative technology. Complementing Abu Dhabi's emergence as a premium destination for digital asset innovation is further highlighted by the recent launch of our DLT Foundation in 2023 Q4. This groundbreaking framework underscores ADGM's proactive stance, rooted in extensive cross-dialogue and collaboration as the world's first framework for blockchain foundation, DAOs, Web3 entities. It established a global standard with a robust legal structure integrated within the framework of English common law. Additionally, it will bring the gap between global investors, developers, and Asia's rapidly expanding Web3 market. And today, we celebrate a significant milestone with Kaia joining our vibrant ecosystem. This exemplifies our commitment to advancing ADGM's objective and Kaia's innovative vision. We are excited about Kaia's joining our ecosystem as their addition strengthens and expands our network. In conclusion, we are confident that ADGM's vibrant ecosystem will foster innovation, and we are committed to ensuring that ecosystem evolves optimally in the fast-changing blockchain landscape. Once again, congratulations to Kaia, and welcome to our dynamic and growing community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your warm speech,
Thank you.
Mr. Faisal Mansouri. 네, 다시 한번 감사의 박수 보내주시면 너무나 감사합니다.
So please give him a round of applause again. And now we will continue to have the presentation from Mr. Dimitri, and he is going to deliver his remarks online. So let's watch the screen together.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dmitry Fedotov. I'm the head of DOT Foundation's oversight at Abu Dhabi Global Market, ADGM. I'm honored to join you today from Abu Dhabi, even if it's from afar. Today marks a new chapter of innovation and collaboration. I'm excited that Kaia has chosen ADGM as its base of operation. And I believe this marks the beginning of something truly significant. ADGM stands as one of the largest and most influential financial districts in the world, proudly located in the capital of capital, Abu Dhabi. As the fastest growing and most forward-thinking international financial center, ADGM is committed to setting global standards in regulatory compliance and security, leveraging transformative power of emerging technologies like blockchain and AI. Our progressive and ever-evolving regulatory framework is designed to not only keep pace with innovation, but also to lead it. Our partnership with Kaia is a testament to ADGM's relentless pursuit of excellence in our vision of shaping the future of blockchain. At ADGM, we are deeply committed to supporting and nurturing emerging technologies like blockchain and artificial intelligence. Our DLT regime is a prime example of our ambition to position Abu Dhabi as a global leader in the blockchain industry, and ADGM as one of the most premier jurisdictions in the blockchain innovation. Our goal is to provide regulatory clarity that fosters innovation while maintaining the highest standards of governance. We understand that clear, forward-thinking regulations are key to unlocking the full potential of those transformative technologies. Kaia's decision to join ADGM is a strong endorsement of the supportive and dynamic environment that we have created here. And I hope many more companies from South Korea will be driven to test waters in our jurisdiction and see if we are a good fit. I'm excited about possibilities that lie ahead as Kaia contributes to the vibrant ecosystem we are building here. As we move forward, I'm confident that Kaia will not only succeed, but will also make a significant contribution to the future of blockchain and AI in ADGM. Once again, congratulations on your registration and welcome to our growing, vibrant ecosystem and community. Thank you.
네, 다시 한번
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you to the two presenters. Okay, moving on to the next keynote speech, which would be delivered under Line's Web3 strategy with Kaia and will be delivered by Usok Kim, CSO of Line Next. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kim Usok. So myself will be presenting in Korean, and I hope you will be listening to the in English and Japanese translation if necessary. So last Friday, Kaia mainnet has seen light. It has been officially launched. And through today's event, we will be able to have an opportunity to share what we have been working on. And when we first announced it, we thought we would be able to launch it at the end of June. However, there has been a slight delay. Back then, from the media and also in different communities, a lot of talks were arising. And as mentioned by Faisal and Dimitri, it's not like we were doing nothing. We were putting in great efforts and hard, solid work to register under ADGM in a very legitimate manner. And today, I am proud to introduce what we have been doing to you. So I just wanted to give you some background knowledge. So today, I would like to talk about Line's Web3 strategies with more details and everything. All of the contents would be based on Kaia. So for some newcomers, I would like to briefly talk about Line. Line is the largest messaging platform in Asia as we know it, in Japan, Taiwan, and Korea. So it's the number one messenger in many Asian countries, and the global MAU at present is 96 million users. So ever since it launched the messenger in 2017, it has been expanding to different areas, including blockchain. And over the last 5 years, we have been leaping forward in the Web3 business as well. So Line, in order to have a new momentum, it had created a Line Next unit, which is a Line Web3 company. And as of last year, it was able to raise the most or the biggest fund in Asia, which is operating under the mission to become the unparalleled Web3 company in Asia. And it also has branches in Japan and other nations as well. So Line Next is also working with Naver and SoftBank, which are participating as key stakeholders. And Line Next, after inception last year, has been conducting different kind of POCs and closed fundraising this year to create the foundation for further expansion. And let me briefly talk about Line's Web3 business. As Sam mentioned, we will be anchoring on the new Kaia blockchain. Kaia is a mainnet that has been merged by Clayton and Finchia. So it will be succeeding the blockchain technology from the two platforms. However, among the layer one and also in terms of technology, it is the most competitive in Asia. So moving forward, we would be able to create bigger scale in the scene. So it is the most unparalleled and also appropriate platform moving forward. So for Line in Web3 business, there is a very important thesis which is requiring for a gateway. So it has been 8 to 9 years since the blockchain has been implemented. However, there has not been meaningful accomplishments. So blockchain is a very influential technology which takes longer time compared to other technologies. So if we look into the reality, blockchain is progressing as we know it. However, Web2 businesses are more easy to use, and it is more than 200 times bigger in size. So in the case of Line, within the Web3 business, it is important to have the traction, but the development infrastructure should be merged with Web3 under convergence as well. So to this perspective, different kind of strategies have been executed. And the first platform that I would like to introduce is Doshi, that has been officially launched this January, which is a digital commerce platform. So Doshi is based on NFTs to also exchange different kind of ownerships of non-fungible tokens. So among the Asian NFT services, it's the most vibrant and also biggest in scale. And within the platform, Naver Pay, Line Play, and Kaia tokens would also be used as different kind of payment infrastructure, so that it would also be able to link Web 2 and Web 3 as well. And if we tap into the SDKs of Doshi, we will not only be able to work with existing web builders, we would be able to onboard different kind of ticket businesses, platform businesses, and also RWAs to transfer digital ownership and trade ownerships as well. And this is called sealing and unsealing under our technology, and the patent registration is under progress. So one of the reference cases was announced 2 months ago. So there is a game publisher called Smilegate that created the Lord 9 game. So this platform would be bringing together Doshi's infrastructure and also the games, so that all game users would be able to use with use as well. So aside from the Kaia tokens, different currencies could be used, and the game accounts and DB would be synchronized, so that only the item owners can participate in activities. So aside from blockchains, there has been the black market in Korea and Japan, and the trade volume is more than 6 trillion won in the black market. This is not officially connected to the game environment, so there are a lot of fraudulent activities. So from the game publisher point of view, it was very hard to tap into this business. However, based on Kaia, we will be able to create a new marketplace, and the game publishers will be able to give more authority to users, and the gamers themselves would be able to exchange meaningful items in the official market, not the black market. And this would be officially launched in the second half of this year. And we also have plans to expand the business as well. So aside from the Doshi platform, we are also preparing for different kind of consumer apps. So starting from the later half of this year and the beginning of next year, we will be launching 8 different kind of apps in terms of social and also gaming as well, so that so many more users would be able to enjoy consumer apps with digital ownerships. It will include luxury commerce and also new games, which we will be joining hands with Sega. And as have been mentioned last year, the non-custodial wallet of Clayton would be transformed into Kaia and transformed into Kaia Wallet. And I will get back to details. The Kaia Wallet, including the Line Messenger, would be able to be integrated to different kind of players as part of the ecosystem. So the highlight of today and my presentation starts now. The most important is what we have been working on, and also came up a lot in media coverage. So we need to come up with more next initiatives. And as have been mentioned, from the Kaia chain perspective, over the last 8 months, we have put in a lot of hard work. And also in terms of Line, Kaia launch is not only a launch of a chain, however, it would realize the adoption of Web3 that has been as part of our aspirations. So by doing so, the Web3 system would be based on the Kaia system, and Line's 200 million users would be able to be connected through our new platform. So online messenger services, we will be launching mini DMs and DApps. And it would be launched within the fourth quarter of this year so that the messengers would be able to execute this mini D app later this year. So it's not just a new Web3 platform, but it will also include Web2 and lead digital transformation. So as you all know, aside from Web3 blockchains in the Web2 market, the digital reward market has been on the rise. And also in advertisement, reward-based ads are growing. And the blockchain, aside from blockchains, app tech, or reward-based services over the last 4 to 5 years have grown by more than 2 to 3 times, striking good performance. So aside from blockchains on the internet, users are very immersed to enjoy different kind of services, and new value is being added. So I think Web3 and blockchain together would be able to give more momentum to this trend. And however, up to this point, there has been accessibility issues. That's why most of the users have been on the Web2 to enjoy reward-based services. However, through our mini D apps, Web3 D apps and Web3 platforms would be able to create a new reward culture in the digital world. So let me briefly talk about some features. So services created by mini D apps would be accessed directly from Line chat and other D apps. So specific or separate installation would not be necessary. They could be searched and played right away. And the seamless wallet experience would be guaranteed. So we call it a mini wallet in Line. On the Line Messenger, when the D app and wallet is connected, there would be a small pop-up to show the mini wallet so that it would be connected within seconds. So that's what we are preparing to do. So in the past, different or separate wallet installation was necessary. However, this is no longer the case. It will be done without any hassle within seconds. And the third feature that I would like to talk about is easy Web3 rewards and different kind of features. So since it will be connected to the wallets, there are different kind of fungible tokens and non-fungible tokens that users would be able to tap into. And they could just log on to their Line account to enjoy different kind of financial rewards. So as mentioned, digital users are very much interested in rewards, and they have been consuming these kind of contents a lot to this point. However, through our new wallet, the scattered rewards would be able to be enjoyed with ease, and that is the kind of experience that we're preparing for, so that Web2 users would be able to have a better and simple understanding of Web3 as well. And moving on, I would like to talk about Social Reward API. Through the Social Reward API, social virals would be able to be created with ease. So viral is not only necessary for Web3, but also an important factor for Web2 as well. And if there is a reward, we invite friends to have a higher conversion rate. And that's what we already know. So Line Messenger friends would be able to be invited to be shared with these DM messages so that both of them or both of you would be able to be rewarded through Social Reward API. So through the existing Web3 builders, it will be an opportunity to spread the opportunity to Web2 as well. And from the user point of view, less engagement would be necessary, and you would be able to enjoy the journey with your friends by inviting them to join in. And last but not least, I would like to talk about the integrated economy user experience. So up to this point, if we look at the existing UX, they use DApps and wallets, but that wasn't it. The fungible tokens and non-fungible tokens were exchanged, which was a very important part of the experience. So they needed to go to scattered decks and then do separate registration. And also from the market perspective, NFTs were selected, and then traded on different kind of exchanges. So this would be easy for pro users. However, for beginners, it was a big and large hurdle. That's why we will be providing a D-app portal so that service and D-app information and also reward-related information would be provided in a single window, and Kaia swapping functionality and NFT exchange functionality would be provided as well, so that from the common user, they would be able to only use their line ID to turn their rewards into good profit. So internally, we are expecting 90% of Web3 processes would be able to be reduced and streamlined. And as mentioned, the mini D-app platform would be based on Kaia in an exclusive manner. So this platform is expected to be launched within the fourth quarter, and it will be providing 3 areas in total. Next, Web SDK. So the standalone D-apps will be able to be developed, but Line Messenger-based mini D-apps would also be able to used and serviced. And in terms of the wallet, we will be providing Kaia Wallet API, and also within Line, we will be offering mini wallets so that it would be easily linked to mini D-apps. And the SDK to connect them would also be provided as well. And through the D-app portal, Web2 and Web3 users would be able to explore DMs and also exchange their assets accordingly. And this platform, as mentioned by Sam, is part of the Kaia Wave, the new builder software program. It will be first announced through Kaia Wave, and as for the builders, we will be providing early access to the applicants. So this program will be released this month, and in the program there will be 5 big benefits in total. Number 1, we will be granting platform benefits, early access to the Kaia Web3. And secondly, we will be providing a marketing package that will be able to reach more than 100 million users in a gradual manner. And the third benefit would be financial support. We will be providing $10 million fund for acceleration with LionNext and Kaia Foundation together. So it will not only be in a format of a grant, however, it will be an investment in the decentralized app so that gross would be able to be created, and based on the contribution, incentives would be given accordingly. So it will be in line with the growth. And as for the tokens of the D apps, we will prepare a program to boost up packages as well. And we will be connecting it to the Kaia portal to create a growth model as well. And last but not least, we will be offering VC connections so that the global top tier VCs would be able to connect it to the platform. So over the last 8 months, in order to reveal this program, we have put in a lot of work. And as for now, there are different kind of software builder programs in layer 1. However, we are proud to say that we have the best program that could create gross profits as well. And we have shared this information and received feedback from different kind of builders. So it's not just a grant that is being given out, but we will be able to accelerate different kind of companies and builders with a variety of support measures. So the feedback has been very positive. And it will be officially wrapped into a program to be revealed at the end of this year. So we will be receiving pre-registration from today on wave.kaia.io. So please join in. And as for the builders that pre-register on the web page, they will be prioritized in terms of evaluation. And when there's a line new SDK, you would be able to have early access. So I would like to ask for your continued support and participation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. So the last note that I would like to leave to you is we also have a lot of reporters from the media as well, and we also have players from the communities as well. Thank you very much for that. So this is what I have already mentioned. So we have slightly belated, however, over the last 8 months from the Kaia Foundation in line Web3 business perspective, we have put in a lot of sweat, perspiration, and blood as well. So this merger is not only the merger of physical networks, it will be coming together and wrapping in 2 different chains and bring them to the next level. So we have high aspirations and means to do so. So we have introduced some new initiatives today, but we are also trying to poise for further growth. It's not only to contribute to growing the ecosystem as a whole, but we hope that we will be able to set the trends and change the trends in Web3 world. So to this end, so in the process of chain merger, I hope we will not only be focusing on this process as well, but take interest in what is to come. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
프로페서님의 발표.
So, Mr. Kim Woo-seok, thank you again. Now we are going to have the introductory session of Kaia Foundation. The first session is Kaia's business direction on building an ecosystem. So, Mr. Uno Lee, CBO from Kaia D8ne Foundation, is going to deliver his remarks. Hello, everyone. I'm responsible for Chief Business Officer, and also I'm from Kaia D8ne Foundation. And thank you for coming here out of your very busy schedule, and also I'm very grateful for you to join us. So today I would like to talk about a couple of initiatives that we are working on and some of the programs and why we are doing it, in what context, and what kind of programs and what kind of initiatives are our priorities. So Clayton and Finsia have been merged together. So these 2 ecosystems seem to be quite similar, but have a lot of differences as well. Both of them have messenger-based initiative and platforms. And in case of Clayton, it is managing the public chain and also working together with different types of partners and help them to onboard. However, in case of Finsia, so they are directly developing the products and also closely working together with exchange and also running the marketplace by themselves. So they are just creating and developing the ecosystem that is driven by products. So for the past 8 months, what can we come together and how can we work together? And this took a lot of time and efforts for us to make a decision. So from different perspectives, as Sam mentioned before, these are 3 main missions and visions. So this is how we define our mission. And from business perspective, tech, infra, asset, and user are the key 3 pillars at the core of our business ecosystem. So the first one is about tech infrastructure. So this is the part that we suggested in January this year, and when integration is made, this is the ecosystem that will be developed by Kaia. So this is the details of the initiatives which is currently working on. This red box was related to the tech infrastructure, and most of them have been underway since February this year. And some of them have been covered with the budget approval. And when it comes to the infrastructure for institutions, in order to attract more institutional investors, we are working on to build up the right infrastructure. And also, we are working on the programs to reconstruct the DeFi ecosystem. So actually, Foundation cannot do everything by its own. DeFi protocol, NFT protocol, and RW protocol, and all these key protocols are driven and initiated by Foundation. However, the global top-tier infrastructures have been onboarded with us, so we are creating and developing this ecosystem together. And in case of Line, even though it is not a foundation, but as a key partner to us, our messenger infrastructure will be combined together, and it will be all onboarding shortly. And D2I and fish infrastructure have been very much done so far. And when it comes to DeFi, from January this year, we did most of the infrastructure onboarding related to DEX. And in the second half of this year, we are going to fill up the parts that we are not doing right now. And other than that, USDC and USDT will be used as collateral. So we are currently working on it. And consensus layer level liquidity protocol is also under research to expand the liquidity of the chain. And at this moment, Kaia token, most of them have been marked, and that will be extracted to DeFi ecosystem. So we are working to facilitate DeFi ecosystem at this moment. And in the first half of this year, when it comes to the infrastructure, in order to facilitate DeFi ecosystem and in order to attract more and more institutional investors, we established the infrastructure for data analytics and also chain analytics. And most of them have been currently onboarded. And in the second half of this year, we are going to facilitate the messenger application, and we are also going to establish the Web3 authentication wallet management infrastructure and custody. And next is about asset. So once tech infrastructure is well established, on top of that, different type of assets can be well traded. So we have crypto asset, RW asset. So these are the two main assets that we are going to manage. As you know, crypto assets can be divided into NFT and FT. So this, our direction is to provide the appropriate environment for the well management of NFT and FT. The other one is real world assets, RWA by public chain, and also another RWA by private chain. And after that, through one more channel, that can be also established further. So we are preparing both sides. In the short term, we are going to focus on a crypto channel, but in the near future and also in the long term, we are going to work on RWA. So in the mid and long term, RWA will also currently under our radar. So crypto asset, in order to onboard a lot of assets, we are currently working on different types of programs. The first one is about, as I mentioned before, Kaia Wave is the program that we are working on. So unprecedented level of projects can be onboarded with this Kaia Wave project. And the second is subcommittee. Is already on, we noticed in the second quarter this year, instead of governance council, a number of community members in this ecosystem could work together, so all the different types of developers can be onboarded. So in that manner, subcommittee will be launched. So let me just elaborate on Kaia Wave program. Actually, that was already mentioned before, so let me just skip on it. Subcommittee, onboarding the partners are very important, but let me just tell you why we decided to launch this subcommittee. And when it comes to Clayton of the past, it was driven by foundation, and most of the decision was made by foundation. However, gradually, we transferred and delivered the decision-making rights to the community members. And ultimately, we are going to transfer the decision-making power to the community members. And in this decentralized direction, subcommittee will play a very critical role. And at the same time, Foundation and GC are working very hard to make a decision. But this industry itself is undergoing a lot of changes. And also Foundation cannot cover every corner of the things. So rapid decision-making process and in-depth understanding are highly required. So expertise and fast speed are very much important. And to that end, we established a committee accordingly so that we can establish professional decision-making system. And the first case is community committee. And we made a public announcement in February this year, and we selected 2 consortiums in Q2. And in mid-September, we are going to establish the governance team, so the final decision will be made. And other than that, there might be some of the other committees that we are going to establish, such as Kane Committee and RWA Committee. So such a separate committee will be established moving forward. Next is about RW Asset Alliance. As I mentioned before, RW Asset might be the edge, a future asset of Kaia. However, still, it is in its infancy, so we still have a long way to go. And out of them, the key part is asset providers. So currently in the RW asset market, the U.S. Treasury bonds and all the assets that are aligned with the U.S. interest rates and many other RWA projects are underway. But moving beyond that, by harnessing some kind of features of the market conditions, we are going to explore the alternative assets, and also we will think about the asset that can establish some stable financial structure. The best example is the Galactica project. And we, Clayton Foundation and one of the top 10 Indonesia company, we are going to launch the shipping coins, and that will be launched in the Q3 this year. So other than Galactica, we are working together with GrabJube and Tada and Credit. These are the companies that are working on credit RWA, mobile RWA, and commodity RWA. So by providing the solution, we are creating this ecosystem together. And also, we will establish the alliance so that we can share the experience. And after we establish this alliance, still, there remain a lot of hurdles to make further investment into RWA market. And Galactica is hardly restrained by Singaporean regulations. And also the criteria for appropriate investors are very high. So it is not that easy to enter into this market. So we are going to set up the funds that can easily make an investment. As I mentioned before, while keeping the regulations, we have to comply with the rules, so it will take some time. So once we get prepared, we will let you know. And we are going to share this information to committee members. And for your information, Kaia RWA Alliance members will deliver their presentation tomorrow in the afternoon. So I would like to ask for your active participation for tomorrow's session. And the last part is about user. So once we gather and collect all these assets properly, this asset needs to be well traded. And we need the users who can purchase and sell these assets properly. And we define them as a committee. And committee consists of developers, investors, and users. In Korea, developers, users, and investors committee have been widely separated. However, in Asian countries, there are some committees that are highly specialized. So from the perspective of Asia expansion, we need to set up the team that is targeting a certain committee in Asia. So in case of Clayton, since last year, we established the Vietnam team, and also we established the Singaporean team. And we are working on to build a local team. And Finsia, based on Line Messenger, it is targeting Japan, Taiwan, and Thailand. So all these committees are going to be consolidated together with the release of Kaia. And for further explanation about global expansion, that will be also delivered for tomorrow's session. So let me just skip that part. So in order to establish this community, they should have well understanding about our ecosystem, and that is Kaia Square homepage and Kaia portal that we already launched will be another channel that you can have some understanding. And when it comes to Kaia portal, if you're not that much familiar with Web3, this gives some in-depth information, and it also connects all the different services on the ecosystem. So most of those products and services will be provided by our partners. And swaps, bridges, DeFi deposits will be brought together. So that will provide such channels. And around mid-September, we are going to launch Kaia Portal Mission Epoch 1. So this will be created together with DeFi partners, and the second epoch will be carried out together with Line. So I would like to ask for your continuous attention and support. So let me just wrap up what I covered today. So from the perspective of business initiatives, the top priority that we put right now is Kaia Wave. And for Kaia Wave project to be successful, we are going to manage and operate Kaia Portal, Global Expansion Subcommittee, and RWA Alliance together. And we will continue to make further investment for better future. So that is the reason why we are going to launch RWA Alliance. So this is the part that we would like to show our commitment. Even though Kaia Mnet was newly launched, but actually we have been in this business for quite a long time. And actually we have gone through a lot of events and we set up the new momentum and we have some strong commitment right now. And actually this will be a very great opportunity, and that's what we think internally. So not only Kaia Foundation, but all of our partners agree with us. So we set 6 months as a time limit. So within 6 months, whether we can become on the Kaia chain on the next level, or we can just become some ordinary blockchain, that will be determined in 6 months. So having said that, we will do our best to uplift the ecosystem of Kaia to the next level. So I would like to ask for your undivided attention and support. We have our own strengths and we also have our own weakness. So please continue to have a lot of interest in us. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for also sharing your resolution and commitment. Thank you very much once again, Uno Lee. And we will move on to the next session, which will be delivered by D8ne Kwon, VP of Technology, under the topic of Kaia's technological advantages and tech direction. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to meet you. I am D8ne Kwon, and I'm the VP of Technology at Kaia Foundation. Taking this opportunity, I would like to talk about the technological advantages and tech direction of Kaia. So at today's event, we have different kind of participants with different kind of background expertise. So I will not tap into the technological under the hood areas, but I would like to talk about the technical strength of Kaia and what kind of technological direction we are headed towards. So as you all know, Kaia is born out of the merger of Clayton and Finchia. Last week, the Kaia mainnet has been successfully launched, and the Kaia mainnet looks not so different from Clayton and Finchia. So it has succeeded all of the good parts of the two chains. So it's very user-friendly, and it has a fully EVM compatible feature, and it is easy to use. And from Finchia, the unique native features are in support. And this is not completed yet, but in Finchia, the client architecture would be also embedded in as multi-VM or in a more flexible manner as well as a foundation. However, the Kaia mainnet, is this all for it? No, it's not. So Kaia goes so much more of the physical integration of Caitlin and Kaia. So it needs to pursue new technological directions. So that's why we think that Kaia could contribute to the blockchain ecosystem, and we also gave it a lot of thought. So as have been mentioned by Sam and other presenters, I think we should leverage what we could do best, which we think is to make the Web3 experience more improved. So if you think about when you first used the blockchain services, I think it was very difficult. What is gas fee, and what is confirmation? Why is this necessary? So there were so many different kind of knowledge to pick up to use the service. And from the builder point of view, the Web2 development methodology did no longer work on blockchain. And if to develop a service, why do I need to understand the blockchain core? So there has been many different kind of challenges because up to this point, our everyday services are based on Web2 experience. However, in the case of Web3, it will be presenting different kind of experiences. So Web3 experience would be a task that we will have to respond to. So the Web3 services and features for them to be launched and attempted on have been part of the obstacles. That's why Kaia is trying to minimize the learning curve of Web3. And that's the kind of technological direction that we are in pursuit of. And in order for this to happen, we will have to utilize Kaia technology to make the transition seamless between Web2 and Web3. So we're trying to develop features for Web3 that are not so different from Web2 so that they would be able to be adopted in a similar manner and used in a similar way, and to minimize hurdles as well. So if I am to talk about some details from the user experience point of view, we will be providing a Web2-like experience. Wallets and gas will not get in your way of using the Web3 as well. And from the developer point of view, there are different kind of core protocols that were needed to be understood. However, the development methodology was also different for callback difficulties as well. And as for that, we are trying to maintain the development methodology for convenience. And as a layer 1 blockchain, we are going to provide fundamental features as well. So in the past, we talked about tickets so that in a faster manner, we would be able to implement and trade on blockchain. So that has used to be a key factor as well. However, in development, we need to have a very clear North Pole, which would be to be adaptable to the mobile environment would be part of our priority. So up to this point, the instant finality or the fast blockchain generation is adaptable to the mobile environment, which we plan to expand as well. And not only that, in our everyday mobile services, we need to have high processing power, which would be necessary as well. So if I am to visualize that, it would be like what is seen on the screen. So you can see the services, and on your own devices, you would be able to see the build happening, and the blockchain API will go in a unilateral manner to process data. However, as for this area, the request mobile SDK, or as have been mentioned in the previous presentation, the different kind of SDKs could be used. And on the other hand, the blockchain node, after processing data through the Messenger API, it could be sent over to the messaging or the applications. And as for the pre-registered features, they could be automatically kicking in on the blockchain nodes so that the actions could be triggered on the blockchain nodes, and that could be processed by business logic. So additional development will no longer be necessary. However, thanks to Kaia technology, it will cover all of these different kind of areas as mentioned. So up to this point, this could sound like something very abstractive, but I would like to talk about the targets in the short term. So in the short term, we will have to break obstacles from the user side. So different kind of obstacles from the user side. So if I am to use a service, I don't have any idea as to where I should start from. I need to install wallets, and then in order to use the service, tokens will have to be secured as part of the journey and process. which gets in the way of using the service, and executing the service would go down. However, in the case of Kaia, if these different kind of pain points are solved through portal services and also abstraction, if we are able to shoot them down one by one, we as a foundation would be able to create and provide better services to the ecosystem and make sure that the users do not run away from the scene. So as for the individual technologies, as prepared and as planned, we will be sharing the details with you through the technological forums and different kind of channels as well. So today, I would like to talk about the most popular and most significant mini app ecosystem. So as have been mentioned by the CSO, I know that there's some unfamiliar areas which I believe would be better understood through the demo that we prepared. So as you can see, you can look at the messenger system, and through the mini apps, you would be able to search for Kaia ecosystem services and execute them, and it will be connected to the wallet so that tokens or NFTs would be able to be traded and sent over in a seamless manner. And as for this area, this is very lightweight demonstration, and as have been introduced by our CSO, it is much more natural and strengthened in terms of feature. And last but not least, the services and experience could be shared with your friends via Messenger. So many Korean users in the past would remember Anypang and its success as well. So one game service came with a messenger service to create a huge network in Korea, and I think the same goes for Messenger and Web3 as well. We could create big things, and it could do wonders with a large user base in creating different experiences. And this is a similar demonstration. So if you go out to eat with your friends and if you want to pay individually, you could use Kakao Pay or Line Pay in most of the cases. Also in Web3, the same user experience would be able to be possible. So the Kaia tokens could be shared within your friends, and that will be done by the messaging services. So you can send over a message to your friend asking to make or pay his or her share. And this experience would be able to evolve so that users would enjoy the same experience in Web3 as well. And also through and thanks to on-chain technologies, we can go beyond line, and different kind of Web2 services would be able to be integrated and connected to the Web3 experience. So we are headed towards an open, integrated experience, seamless experience between Web2 and Web3 as part of the directionality of Kaia. So I would like to ask for your continued support and your participation in the journey. Thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation.
So thank you very much. It was the presentation by Mr. Aiden Kwon. It's been almost an hour past since we start the event. So from 3:20, we are going to do the panel discussion. So after 10 minutes, let's meet again.
네, 이제 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시
May I have your attention, please? We will start with the panel discussion momentarily. I would like to ask all participants to please make your way into the venue and be seated. May I have your attention, please? We will start with a Kaia introduction session momentarily. I would like to ask all participants to please come inside and be seated. Thank you very much.
네, 잠시 후에 카이아 소개 세션
So we will continue to have Kaia introductory session. I would like to ask all the participants to come inside the hall. We will continue to keep on the introductory session of Kaia. Please come inside the hall and be seated.
네, 여러분 휴식 시간 잘 취하셨나요? 이제
So did you enjoy your break time? So we are continue to do the introductory session of Kaia. So from now on, we are going to have a panel discussion. So M Block, Mr. Kim is going to moderate the session, and Mr. Samsa, and Mr. Kim Woo-sik, and Mr. Lee Yoon-ho, and also Mr. Aiden Kwan, and also Mr. Won Kim will join us together. So any of you have any question about presentation, we are going to have a Q&A as well. So you can ask any type of question to us. So please give a round of applause to moderator and panelists.
네, 먼저 착석해 주시면
So you can be seated. Now, Mr. Samsa is in interview. So once the interview is over, he's going to join us right away. And all the other panelists, please be seated. And we can now start the panel discussion.
네, 이제 앞에
So you have a microphone in front of you. So please use the microphone when you're making a comment. Hello, everyone. My name is Kim Yong-young, moderator of this session. Nice to meet you. So I'm currently working on Kaia Governance Council, and I am responsible for M-Blog, which is an affiliate of blockchain under Mail Economic Daily. So I'm also working on the chief editor on the newsletter of blockchain as well. So through Governance Council, we have been engaged in a lot of discussions and the structure and development of ecosystem. And we had a lot of opportunity to have some discussion together. So as time goes on, nowadays, we finally launched this Kaia Foundation today, and I'm very happy to moderate this session. So I expect that we can have very vibrant discussion, and all the holders and participants of this ecosystem can get some insights and some meaningful results. So I just prepared a couple of questions. So after I have some talks with the representatives of the foundation, and then we will have a Q&A with the participants. So even though there were a lot of congratulations before, I would like to deliver my deepest congratulations to all of you. You did a really hard work. Last year, that was the Clayton Square launch, and I also joined it. But today, after the successful integration between the two organizations, I'm very pleased to join this Kaia Square launch. As mentioned before, some said that it took a lot of time until the launch of mainnet. It took about 8 months. So this 8 months can be regarded as long or short. However, the technological integration between Clayton and Finsia will be all integrated together, not just technology, but all the organization and management. So actually, it is quite a little bit unfair to say that it has been too long. So as mentioned before, I would like to ask you some of your thoughts about the past 8 months. Would you please give us some comment each? Hello, everyone. My name is Kim Won-seok. My name is Won. And I'm working as a COO of Kaia Foundation. And I used to work as a counselor to the Finsia. So in this integration process, I became a COO. So in this integration process, actually all of us have been very much hardworking, but I think the organizational integration is the most important factor. So when it comes to M&A, not just the physical merger, but also PMA. After the M&A, the actual integration is critical for the success of M&A. But fortunately, after integration and after merger, there were so many things that we have to do. So when there's a PML, each organization are competing each other to keep their own turf, but we didn't have time to do that. So for the past 8 months, we really worked hard and we did a lot of work on the mainnet integration and the establishment of foundation. So the PMO process has been smoothly made, and I think the result is today's event. So now, as we have been integrated as one team, moving forward in the Kaia Foundation, we expect that this will lead to the greater success of Kaia Foundation. And in that process, I would like to ask for your strong support. Thank you. So this is Yuno Lee, CBO of Kaia Foundation. As one just mentioned, chain integration and merger are quite unprecedented. Of course, there was some similar case, but this size of merger was quite unprecedented, and so we didn't have any reference. So we have to do it all from scratch based on common sense. But most of them cannot be done based on common sense only. So we had been engaged in a lot of discussions and a lot of talks. And as mentioned before, the direction of Clayton integration and ecosystem and Finzia's ecosystem were quite different. So we need to make some compromise in between. Of course, before we did a chain integration. If we did it before, then it was much easier. But that was not the case, and we couldn't do that. And for that reason, moving forward, after we launched the chain, some kind of initiatives that we have to take and some kind of suggestions that we have to do need to be considered further. However, at the beginning, we put a lot of time and energy on integration process. However, as time goes on, we set the vision and mission about the priorities, and actually we build the consensus on it. And actually the background of starting this integration also stems from that vision. So we make some compromise and some kind of adjustment, and we did a lot of give and take, and after that we could speed up ourselves. So after we set a clear direction, we could continue to develop further at a much faster pace. So to put in a nutshell, this integration was quite unprecedented, and we were quite moving into the uncharted territory. However, once we set the direction, our speed has become much faster than before.
Good afternoon. I'm in charge of marketing, and I'm John Cho.
Actually, what I would like to cover today is not that much different from Won and Yuno. So as Yuno mentioned, actually there was no case that we can benchmark and we can follow after. Token integration, ecosystem merger had been done before, but this size was quite unprecedented. And this is not just about technology or integration, but it requires the integration of all the organization and ecosystem. So actually, we made a very groundless challenge. So from the launch of Kakao, organization based on Kakao, and the organization from Line have been merged together. And making such decision is quite unprecedented. And in that context, my impression is that both sides, I think there was some strong commitment from both sides, Web3, blockchain, crypto, technology. To be very frank with you, so we used to have quite conservative position. However, such culture has been changed. The Kaia integration reflects that we have become more proactive, aggressive, agile, and prompt than before. So we change ourselves as the organization that is moving toward Web3. Thank you.
So I am the chairman of Kaia Foundation. Nice to meet you again. So as have been mentioned by our other members, I would like to talk about another perspective. So firstly, as mentioned about timing, the mainnet integration proposal timeline was based on different kind of simulations and estimations. So we thought that it would be achievable by the end of June. So there were different kind of factors. However, in the process of integration timelining, it wasn't something that we could diversely consult because it was a confidential matter. So we tried to talk about it internally to review as many risks as possible and unexpected areas. We tried to do so. So based on our past experience, we thought that it might be possible by the end of June. And if we have the will, we would be able to make wonders. However, in the process, the different kind of factors were needed to be integrated, and communication was more extensive than expected, including with the ecosystem and the regulators. So in the process, delays happened, which accumulated to the overall delay, and we were able to launch it last week. So in the process, I think will is important, but thorough review and communication is all the more key. So I thought that communication should be improved, and I think today is also an opportunity for diverse communication. And moving forward, we need to pinpoint on communication to make sure that your information is correctly communicated. So there were many obstacles. However, two teams became one, and we tried to solve the issues without fighting over RNRs. So 8 months was a very long and short period of time, but we have been on our tiptoes. However, we made it happen. Thank you. So I'm Kim Woo-seok. Nice to meet you. So as have been introduced, I am the CSO of the Kaia DLT Foundation and also the director. So this is also what I have been talking about with the communities, and I think what's on your mind is basically one thing. Moving forward, Kaia, is it going to be different from other players, and would it be unparalleled and differentiated? I think the most important thing is all about teams. In January, if you follow our history, the proposal was not initially approved. We have received different kind of questions and areas for concern. So what we communicated to the community was, including the Clayton and Finchia Foundation, Kakao and Line, since the two organizations have been doing blockchain, there has been many generational changes. And back then and now, I stand by the same motto, which is, I think the best people are sticking around to put together the best platform as we know it. So in Asia, we have many people that have expertise in localization, and I don't think this is too rare in the scene. So this is the same message that goes out from January. I know that we have a big opportunity ahead of us, and we have a good team with good timing, poised for whatever is to come. So there has been some difficulties, of course, but in terms of team building, we were on track. Everything was as expected. So integration has been very seamless. And today and tomorrow, we will also be introducing some initiatives as committed to the communities from January. So we will make sure that we come with a new face. Thank you. Nice to meet you. I'm Aiden Kwon, VP of Technology in Kaia Foundation. So the integration process was not easy, as mentioned. I think you would be able to assume that it has been eventful, and there were many technological barriers as well. In order for Kaia to be born, Finxia will have to be, or was necessary to be transformed to the Kaia platform, and the Kaia mainnet codes were put together with different kind of features that needed to be developed. So the entire process was also audited for transparency matters. Based on the audit, the next stage was proceeded on. So the series of events were done in a parallel manner as well to synchronize the timing as much as possible. So the parallel, different kind of development streams and preparations has been tightly calculated to make sure that we are on track. But however, that was very difficult. And there was an unexpected delay. But that required extra work from us. So while being in the process, to do this with new team members was highly meaningful, and it also puts us in retrospect. So two teams are coming together to invent Kaia. So what should be done? What kind of directionality do we want to go towards to? Was rethought again. And we also had trust that we as a team would be able to do wonders. So it was very challenging, but a grateful process as well. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who had put in good, solid work. And I know that a lot of support came from different partners and also holders. Thank you very much for your support.
So thank you for your comments. Based on the long time efforts, this integration was made. So I think all of you may have some special impression on it. So actually, this is the place to share your comments and also impression. But actually, this is also the first official event after the integration between two organizations. So one of the things that I would like to ask is that Sam has mentioned that Kai's mission and vision were quite impressive. And in that mission and vision, fairness and openness were the two key words. And these two key words were newly established and set as Kaia's mission. So when it comes to mission, whatever that organization is, it clarifies the direction of that organization. So fairness and openness are the two key words, and how these two values will be executed.
네.
So as a matter of fact, blockchain, as you know, Bitcoin was created to solve the centralized finance issues, and the other subsequent projects were to solve similar issues or associated issues as well, and Kaia as well. In the big picture, it is to manifest the philosophies of Web3, and for this technology to be applied within the world to change the world. So in terms of contribution, the blockchain technology comes with transparency and permissionless environment is very significant. So in Korea and also in the global world, so there's so many issues coming from the lack of transparency, the decision-making process and the political system, the financial system, and different kind of organizations suffer from misinformation or lack of information or undisclosed information as well, leading to bad decision making or biased decisions as well, coming with consequences of their own. However, blockchain is a technology to solve these issues, And that's why Kaia's mission is to build a fairer and more open future, to improve transparency and also make the decision-making process clearer. So governance system and on-chain booting has been part of our priorities. So we're not only talking about fairness, but we need to provide more opportunities for everyone to participate in, to be part of the building, and to be connected to the overall ecosystem, which is under the concept of permissionless. So everyone without permission would be able to take part in the ecosystem and also in Kaia Wave. So we have launched the main net, and there are different kind of players in the ecosystem, builders, users, and investors as well. So all of them should be provided with equal and fair opportunities as part of the blockchain ecosystem. So opportunities should not be discriminatory, because that would be the same of the existing social conditions that we're trying to move away from. That's why all programs will be permissionless, so that the hurdle of participation will be reduced, so that economic opportunities would be fairly spread around and create more successful cases through blockchain and Web3.
So thank you for your comments. So actually, this is something that we often forget. So a lot of monopoly and some side effects of platforms are mostly ignored and then neglected. And recently, there were some cases and abuse made by TMAF. So this has triggered very serious social issues. And as a solution to address all these challenges can be blockchain. So depending on this mission and vision, the catchphrase of Kaia is Asia's gateway, and to become Asia's #1 blockchain and mainnet. So mainnet is exclusively currently driven and executed by Kaia, and Kaia might be the mainnet provider compared to others. Then why is that? So, Usok, can you give us the answer?
네.
So to start with, for Kaia to become Asia's gateway to Web3, I think I have talked about this a lot in January as well. Blockchain is borderless technology, however, localization would be necessary. Because people use this technology, localization would be necessary. So as you know, blockchain technology is part of an infrastructure. And from the application level, when we meet with users, different kind of tools aside from blockchain, including wallets and platforms, would become necessary. So blockchain is borderless. However, these tools or different kind of services are not borderless, because that will interfere with adoption as a whole. So starting from last year, within the builder community, we're trying to look into localized services, and many attempts have been made. And localization-based adoption would be part of the trend. So I think this keyword is significant. And as you know, within the digital Web 2, Asia has its own uniqueness. And in terms of GDP, it accounts for 30 to 40% of the global GDP. So within this market, we need to well perform, and we are poised to do so, because over the last 7-8 years, we have created, or we have perfected, our localization techniques. So as have been mentioned in January, Clayton started from Korea. So the Korean localized wallet has been in operation, and it's the most popular chain. And it's also used in Vietnam and other markets as well. So ambassadors, builder communities, and other community networks have built this experience. In the case of Finsia, it has a stronghold and a lot of POCs in Japan with Line Genesis and Line Next in collaboration to implement different kind of infrastructure as well. And in Taiwan and Thailand, the Line Messenger services are interlinked to create Web3 marketing channels as well. So these activities have been underway. So these two mainnets have their own marketing channels and also flow infrastructure. If we put that together, we are unparalleled. And so many new asset opportunities are coming out from the integration, and the builders are trying to provide good services with different kind of users, and I think it will become part of a invaluable asset as well. And in terms of the chains, different kind of developers are utilizing SDK, and tech support is also important, as well as documentation. So from this perspective, we have a good pool of developers with many Asian markets, and I'm proud of that. So to this end, localization would also be necessary for Web3 blockchains. And in Asia, I think Kaia is the best.
Okay, thank you. What you just mentioned is also related to the Kaia wave that was presented before. So I think it's better to clarify what this is. And before the integration, Clayton and Fincia also support the Web3 onboarding of Kakao users and Line users. And from now on, you are going to provide the integrated support. But what is the difference between the onboarding of the past and the onboarding of the present? If you clarify the differences, that will be greatly helpful for us to understand. Who can elaborate on it? So at Clayton, we have the wallet called Clip, and Fincia at Line Messenger, they carried out some pilot programs based on my understanding. And related to Clip, when you look back, within the Messenger, there's a wallet called Clip, which was the first case. And actually, there wasn't any case to take full advantage of that in-app wallet. However, unfortunately, we couldn't provide this service continuously. And by launching this Kaia mainnet, I think that we are quite lucky. And we launched a messenger called Tony. And inside Tony, there was the successful case called the mini app. The reason that I'm saying this as successful case is because rising transaction and rising number of users. But with mini app, it also helped to generate some revenues from fiat currency. So this is also mentioned by our partner companies. So by using the existing messenger, this helped to facilitate the usage, and actually it turned out to be completely different from how it works. And in the Line Messenger app, there we have the case that can be benchmarked, and also we have some strong potential that we are very good at. Not only token, but also other revenue models can be created together. And I believe that we can achieve the target in that regard. And actually, I think that is the part that is quite different from the past onboarding and the current onboarding. And of course, first mover may have some more advantage, but by referring to their case, if we make further improvement, I believe that we can get better results. So I have a couple of more questions, but we don't have enough time. So even though I have a lot of questions to ask, but I would like to give some opportunities to participants here to ask any question. So please raise your hand, a question from the floor, then we will hand over the microphone to you.
여기 앞에 마이크 전달 부탁드리겠습니다.
So we have a person who raised his hand up front. So I'm Seoul from Tech magazine. So utilizing Line Messenger, the D apps would be able to, or mini D apps would be able to be used. So Kaia is working with Line Messenger and also Kakao Talk. So from Kakao Talk, do you have any plans to do so, to launch any mini apps? So thank you for the question. So to be honest, we are working with Line Messenger at present, and with Kakao, I think we are still under discussion. Of course, it will be best to work with different kind of messenger services simultaneously. However, we have resource issues and also concentration issues as well. So Finxia and Clayton integration initiative would be used as a momentum to work with Line Next first. And after we create good reference and best practices, we will be able to also work with Kakao Talk and other messaging services as well. So we have the will and plan to do so. However, in the short term, we will be focusing on the collaboration with Line Messenger. And in the mid to long term, we are thinking and talking with Kakao Talk and also other messenger service as well to create a model and create subsequent methodologies as well. Thank you.
Actually, when I look into your presentation, you took an example of brown pop, but I want to take an example. I want to look at as Chunshik, which is a mascot of Kakao. Another question?
I'll speak Korean. So, hello, managers. I'm Lee Young. I'm from Hong Kong. My company is based in Singapore. And we already have two projects deployed in different chains. And I'm here because I'm pretty interested in this Kaia great opportunity. So my question is, as a foreigner, I cannot speak Korean. And I'm a little bit concerned that it's not very easy. And I may face a lot of challenges if I build in Kaia because Kakao Line is pretty Korean driven. So I just wonder, what is your attitude or what is your strategy to onboard more global builders like us? Because we have a big communities in China and like Taiwan or many other countries, not in Korea but other countries. So what is your strategy and what is the situation we may face with? Thank you.
I guess everyone's looking at me to respond, so I'll respond to that. Well, first and foremost, I can tell you, global is our core demographic and target area. So, I mean, of course, we do have a presence in Korea, obviously, because we are a Korean organization at heart. But actually, the Kaia Founded itself is actually based in Singapore. Yeah, we are actually a Singapore organization, and of course, sorry, ABGM.
To be precise, actually the foundation itself is set up in Abu Dhabi, as we announced in the morning, in the afternoon. But actually the main team, the core members, including myself, are based in Singapore. So we are very open to any global players.
Sorry, right, yeah, that was a more specific answer. So yeah, I mean, first and foremost, core target and demographic has always been global developers. Now, so your concerns about being able to access docs, technical support and stuff, all of that is actually de facto in English. Yeah, so we do have the whole breadth of support that a developer would expect to receive when building on a specific chain. And also, just to speak on the Line ecosystem, Line is actually a lot bigger outside of Korea than it is in Korea, right? So it's like the de facto messenger service in Japan, Taiwan, Thailand, and so on. So by default, Line is actually not a Korea-focused organization or service, but rather a global-focused service as well. So that in itself also keeps us focused primarily on the global area. And tomorrow, I'll be getting into this a little bit more, but global expansion is a big part of our plan for 2024. So we are very much looking forward to working with teams like you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Because I'm a big KOL from Hong Kong and China, I got a lot of connections among the local KOLs and communities. So I'm happy to be part of this ecosystem.
Love to hear it. I love that guanxi. Love to hear it.
Thank you.
네,
So in the interest of time, I think we will have to wrap up the first panel discussion, or if you have any pressing questions, we will receive the last question, or otherwise we will close the session, or we have a question in the back. So I'm Hyunji's reporter from Visual C. So the services based on Line Messenger and Lord 9 game based SDK services gave me some questions. So is this also serviced in Korea? Will it also be serviced in Korea? So regarding NFT services, it is not serviced in Korea for the time being. So as have been mentioned, our focus is compliance, and compliance again for sustainable services. So regulations will have to be considered, and at present it is very unfortunate that Korea's regulations are not clarified yet. So I think we can have some more time to receive a couple more questions. That was my misunderstanding. I think we will have to wrap up the panel discussion. So I wasn't given, or I think we have enough time for one last question then. Okay, please hand over the mic. I'm Lee Soo-won, reporter from IB Tomato. So if the Web3 experience is to be brought into Web2 to increase experience, I think I applaud the attempt. And I have a question regarding the Clayton and Finchia integration happened, and Kaia is poised to become Asia gateway to Web3 and number one in the Asia. And what efforts are going in to increase the value of coin itself? Okay, Sam. So the coin value, I think, boils down to two things. One is utility, for it to be more usable. So in terms of utility, Kaia tokens would be able to use on Kaia main nets. So it would be used as gas fees and transaction fees as well. And above that, and aside from that, in order to participate in governance, main delegations features are offered to express your own opinions, which is also part of a democratic system. So with a token, you can exercise the token in a democratic manner. And also in DeFi, it would be able to inject liquidity to create rewards and compensation as financial activities. And also in DOSI platforms, it could be used for payment. So the value would be able to go up with broader utility. And the second factor is, as per tokenomics and mechanisms, which is talking about supply and demand. So the inflation for the demand is defined based on rules, and also from the supply side. And from the demand side, utility is important, but burning to increase the value of the coins would also be important. So our chain offers low gas fees. So from the protocol level, we can create revenue thanks to burning as well. And from the service level, the revenue would also be leading to burning as part of our mechanism. And also LP supply revenues would be burned down as well. So I believe I can summarize it as utility and tokenomics mechanism to increase the value of our tokens.
So there's one thing that I would like to promote here. There is one of the key value of token is to facilitate and form the network effects. So by holding the token, network effects can become more maximized by setting up the car portal. So by holding the car token, it can be used as utility, and also you can receive the yields, and that will become more facilitated moving forward. So the token value is related to the price, but with this utility, network effects can be generated and more holders can be created. So that's how we are going to establish Kaia Portal. So I would like to ask for your strong support on Kaia Portal. So out of the presentations, when you look into the key points, mobile, blockchain, in order to support a blockchain, what kind of technologies are required and how subcommittee should be executed? And on the Kaia wave, tokenomics and user boost, how can it be done? So actually all these topics are very important, but due to time constraint, we couldn't cover this, but it doesn't mean that it is not that important. So for 2-day event up until tomorrow, we are going to share a lot of stories. So I would like to ask for your undivided attention to the end. And how Kaia is going to generate network effects and how we are going to facilitate the ecosystem, that will be very much important. So this is the end of the panel discussion, and thank you for your nice comments. And please give them a round of applause. Thank you. So we have very heated discussion. Due to time constraint, I feel quite sorry that we couldn't move on. So please give them a round of applause.
네, 이제
Okay, Kaia, newly launched, is coming with high expectations, and now it is time for the second panel discussion. So we will start once the stage is set. This panel discussion will be moderated by Ella Yu, Kaia DLT Foundation Ecosystem Business Manager, and will be participated by BD Lead MY from Bughole, Nam Do-hwan, CEO of Stable Logs, and Kim Yong-young, CSO of M-Block. So we will start once the stage is set. Thank you for your patience and cooperation. So I would like to ask 4 panelists and the moderator onto the stage. Let's give them a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to meet all of you. Hi.
네, 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, we're ready to start. So I would like to thank you for the participation in the Kaia Square Lounge event. And I would like to also thank everyone in the first panel discussion. So I'm Ella Yu, Ecosystem Business Manager from the Kaia DLT Foundation. So everyone here is contributing to the Kaia DLT Foundation. Thank you very much for all of your participation and coming out despite the rainy weather. So today in this session we will be talking about governance. Finxia and Clayton came together, and the Governance Council has been integrated as well as a Kaia Governance Council. So in the process, Kaia Foundation Governance will have different kind of roles that we will be discussing through the panel discussion. So the 3 panelists will be bringing in different perspective and expertise. So I believe a lot will be able to come out of this second panel discussion. So by the panel discussion, we will be able to have a better idea of the Kaia Foundation's future and blueprint as well. First, I would like to ask the 3 panelists to introduce yourselves, starting with Maya from Bughole.
So hello everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Mai, working on the management of Bughole. Before the integration of Kaia, 30% of voting rights was held by Bughole, so we used to work as DC. And after Kaia was launched as of last week, we are ranking number 4 GC. So once the Kaia Foundation was launched, layer finance, the technology development is also supported. So community-driven is our mission, and we are working on infrastructure development. So we are also doing on service development together and D-app as well. Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon. I'm Namduan from Stable Labs. So in the case of the maker, we are a DeFi protocol. So I will be talking about governance. So there are more than 25 protocols that we are in support of, including Uniserve and Compound. And we're also working with Kaia. So we will be talking about governance in more detail. And I'm sorry if I have to leave in the middle of the discussion. I would like to ask for your understanding in advance.
예.
So hello again. I was a moderator just before. I'm Kim from Mblog. As I mentioned before, Mblog is under the daily press, Mail Economic Daily. And the business of this company is to validate the mainnet of Korea. And also we are working on the governance, and also we are working as Comtus and Expra, and also working on the governance experts. So also in overseas, we are working on Kusama, and we are also serving as a validator. So in blockchain, many things have been open. So cross-border transaction have been taking place quite often, and there are so many people who are working without any commission. However, we don't want to give up our legacy identity as a legacy media. So as a legacy media, what kind of key advantage that we can deliver and what kind of support that we can provide? So what will be the most ideal image of blockchain? So this is our position. And also in Korea, we pay a lot of attention on the direction and future of Clayton Foundation. So this is what we are doing right now.
Thank you very much for the introductions. So I'd like to thank you for your participation and your very precise introduction. So the first question is in regard to the Governance Council that has been integrated from Finsia and Clayton. And in the process, Kaia Foundation directionality might have or might invite different kind of perspectives from you. So I would like to ask you, as people in governance, I would like you to please comment on the directionality of Kaia, starting from Mai.
So with the merger of Finsia and Clayton, based on the largest user messenger, it is likely to become the Web3 mainnet, and that is the great expectation that all of us have toward the Kaia Foundation. So I think this is very fact-based and logic of its ambition. And on the Web3 area, the access to Web2 users and interoperability are very important. And actually, those environments are undergoing dramatic changes. So, both sides have their own weakness, but I believe that Kaia can do this very well. And even before the merger, Clayton and Finsia have their own advantage and strengths. And in case of Finsia, in connecting the Web2, they onboarded 150 D-apps, and also inside Kaia Foundation, they have the strategies to onboard 50 D-app. So that is the great strength. In case of Clayton, they are quite familiar to builders and developers. So with the merger, actually these types of strengths will become more and more consolidated. So moving forward, in the foreseeable future, we believe that Kaia will become the #1 mainnet in Asia. And not just for Asia, but for global market, Zeta, and SoftBank, and all the GC will continue to be onboarded. So realistically, we already laid a strong foundation.
네, 굉장히
Thank you very much for the positive and optimistic note going forward. So I would like to hear from M Block.
So likewise, I also have very positive forecast on Kaia Foundation. Clayton and Finsia decided to merge together in January this year. And actually, this decision itself is not that easy. And anyone can easily understand that this decision was quite challenging. For me, Clayton and Finsia, as they had done before, when you look into the current situations, Web 2, Web 3 onboarding, supporting mainnet are not that many. So many assets on Web 2 transferring to Web 3 are not that much done by mainnets. However, in case of Clayton and Finsia, they provided quite appropriate services on this matter. And after the integration of mainnet, Kaia's mainnet might be the most appropriate one to transfer from Web 2 to Web 3. So we have worked as a governance council of Clayton, so we are more familiar with Clayton. So Clayton has a lot of assets that they can use, and they had a lot of advantages and strengths. But compared to blockchain, blockchain can be regarded as a virtual asset, but by by digitalizing the assets or also tokenizing the assets. So inside the ecosystem, in order to visualize the asset inside the digital world remain quite challenging. In case of Ethereum, they did a lot of tokenization process, and they continue to enhance the value accordingly. However, that was not the case for Clayton. However, with the merger with Finsia, the network effects are likely to become much bigger than before, because that is the combination of strong messenger ecosystem, which is Line, and also the other system and strengths held by Clayton. So depending on how make it tangible and how to maximize those network effects will determine the success of this merger. And in this journey, there lies the strong governance. So in order to make them into tangible results, you have to establish very efficient and effective governance structure. And we need to think about how to support in this journey.
Thank you very much for your insight and also setting out the directionality of the Kaia Foundation. So as for this matter, I would like to hear from Mr. Nam from Stable Labs. So Kaia Foundation's directionality in the governance, cooperation, future as well. So not only Kaia, but in most cases and in other foundations, I think there's a common issue and dilemma, which is what is necessary from DAO and what is necessary from the foundation. And other labs would be different. Everyone has different needs, so coordination would be key. However, in the current case, this is not coordination within one group. Two groups are integrated with each other, which means the level of coordination is higher. And I think the role of the foundation would be, I think the foundation could protect itself, and there are coordinating roles that will be necessary. However, in terms of the holders in the DAOs, they will not be able to protect themselves, and DAOs would be able to be a place for opinions to be shared. However, they cannot protect themselves in terms of decision making as well. I think this should be part of the discussion. So prior to Kaia, I was part of the Clayton Governance Council. We have communicated with each other and had a lot of meetings. And this was very important because there were different interests at stake. We tried to attune them and synchronize them as much as possible. Thank you very much for your insight. And all three panelists talked about the directionality of the Kaia Foundation and what needs to be done as well. Okay, let's move on to the next question. So there are members in the governance committee. What kind of role should they serve? So I believe you would have different perspectives. I would like to ask about the role of the committee members, starting from Mai.
So, as mentioned before, the foundation has a lot of room to protect itself. But one of the important elements to establish ecosystem is users and developers and builders. But the roles and responsibilities of these groups are quite different inside the ecosystem. So in case of the GC Foundation, they are setting the mission and direction and vision, and also persuading the stakeholders in between. So they are serving the leading role. However, the others, the users and developers, are enjoying the results and also providing the right feedback. So these two roles, even if inside the same ecosystem, the roles are quite distinguished. And I believe that GC should serve the role as a bridge between the two. So even though we launched all the different type of services, when you look into the main net that is still working on, some of them are focusing on community work, and also they are setting the clear direction, considering about the GC. So actually, on the back end, GC can provide such support. And by using the abstract word, we can use the term like community-driven or community-focused ecosystem. But the best example that I can take right now is some community branding is quite well done by using the color. So that role can be done by foundation, and GC can provide the support accordingly and also have some communication with the community. So I would like to ask the foundation to regard GC as an intermediary and a bridge between two different groups. So one of the important initiatives is community committee. So by setting up the community committee, we can raise the fund for DAO. And there are so many initiatives focusing on community committee. But when you listen to the comments from community, if there are any additional profits from DAO or others, instead of just distributing them to stakeholders, the token holders can enjoy all those profits together. So that kind of policies are highly required. And from GC's perspectives, that were fully reflected. And we have such experience before. And that roles can be done by GC.
Thank you very much for your answer. As mentioned, you talked about the role of GCs, foundation and community and user gap, if it is to be there. The GCs should be bridging between the gaps. And regarding this, I would like to hear from Mr. Nam from Stable Labs as well. So if you look at it, GCs will have to do coordination. However, as for what the foundation is doing, questions need to be raised by GCs as well. Because, as mentioned, whether a private investment or community, opinions need to be garnered to be proposed. So that is not important. That's why the GC should take a role. And this also comes with conflict as well. So the opinions from the foundation and community would be different. However, if the GC is to coordinate between these different areas and stakeholders through meetings, and if there are cost issues, the discussions could happen. So in politics as well, if there is a new legislation, we ask questions. So I think the same process should be done, and this role could be taken by the GCs. And if we also respect the GCs to take this role, I think it would be very helpful. And in terms of communication, transparent communication is already underway, so I highly respect this. Thank you very much. So Mr. Nam talked about the communication issue, communication role, and also the supporter and monitor role of the GCs as well. Thank you very much for that. And moving on to the next question then. So Kaia Governance Council's direction. What should the GC role would be done was discussed. And I think this could be also considered as a governance model. So what should the governance model look like? So please propose the governance model starting from M block.
사실
So, actually, I had a model that I would like to suggest, but that was already presented, which is subcommittee. So when it comes to subcommittee, the main reason that I would like to suggest this is governance council. We need to understand what that needs to be, and actually that definition remains quite unclear. This is not just about doing some voting about any proposal. So doing the voting on the proposal, actually that was done by Ethereum and Bitcoin. However, actually this is done by developer community. Actually, this is not covering the entire operation or the entire ecosystem. So actually, I'm not confident to say that this voting system works for the entire ecosystem. So I can suggest some subcommittee, and out of those subcommittees, to what extent this governance council should do and what needs to be decided. So they should be considered. And governance council model is carried out at the back end, and the guidelines and frameworks that we can refer to cannot be found, and we can only explore some of the reference cases. So at least we have to clarify the definition, and only by doing so we know what the roles and responsibilities is, and also we can define the process. And depending on the process, the information can be flowed. And the biggest issue of the blockchain is the information asymmetry. So the governance council and the committee's roles are all different. So information producers are not clarifying the information flow, and also those channels remain quite unclear. So looking back, the most important part is meta recognition. So by applying the governance council, we need to think about what are the roles and responsibilities of governance council. So after defining R&R will be the right direction, will be the way to set the right direction.
Thank you very much for talking about the roles of or agents of the Ecosystem Foundation, community, and also governance council. So the three agents have different kind of understanding and different perspectives as well. So we will have to have a model that would be able to integrate all three agents as per what you mentioned. So I know that you have a lot of experience, and I would like to hear from Mr. Nam from Stable Labs. Anything to add on? So I think I will have to leave after this comment, as for your understanding. So I have been in support of different kind of protocols, and the governance model itself is best when it's simple, because if it's more complicated, the rules get complicated as well, and it also introduces a lot of conflict. So in the case of the subcommittees or working groups, I think it would be a good addition, because governance would not be able to do everything. So I like to draw an analogy from politics, as many other Koreans do. So even though when we elect good politicians, there are different kind of departments that recruit in experts, subject matter experts. So, and when we think about it, in a multilateral governance system, whether in grants or technological developers or hackathons, the governance itself would not be able to make all the decisions because they're not subject matter experts. So as for these areas, I think having subcommittees or working groups would be better for the experts to talk about them and to speak on the matters. So in the case of Kaia, that was also done in Clayton as well. So I think that's very good. And I'm sorry but I have to leave. Thank you very much for sparing time outside of your very busy schedule. And due to a conflicting schedule, Mr. Nam from Stable Labs will have to leave. And we are in the middle of the governance discussion. If you have any questions or comments to make, please raise your hand and a microphone will be given to you. So I think the panels are offering great insight. That's why there are no pressing questions. Through this discussion, we will be able to have a better idea and understanding of the governance model of the Kaia Foundation, and also we talked about the blueprint as well. So I'd like to once again thank all the three panelists for offering your insight, and thanks to you, the Kaia Foundation will be able to have a rosy future. Governance is not only about the operation of an ecosystem, it is to include cooperation and decision-making based on our principles. So with these three insights, I believe it gave us a better idea as to the philosophy and value of Kaia Foundation. And I believe this is a good stepping stone for the Kaia Foundation to go forward and move forward. And moving forward, as part of the governance committee, I would like to expect your insight and opinions as well. Thank you very much for your participation.
So thank you very much. We had a very productive time to understand Kaia. So please give them another round of applause. So we will have a 5-minute break, and then we will start the next session. So we will see you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
네, 여러분 잠시 후에 계속해서 세션 이어지도록 하겠습니다. 장내 들어오셔서
So we are going to start the session shortly. Please come inside the hall and be seated. So Web3 today and tomorrow's session will be started. So I would like to ask all of you to come inside and be seated.
네, 잠시 후에
So we will start with the Web3 today, tomorrow session. I would like to ask all participants to please make your way into the venue and be seated. May I have your attention, please? We will start with Web3 today, tomorrow session momentarily. I would like to ask all participants to please come inside and be seated.
네, 여러분 휴식 시
I hope you enjoyed the break, and we will now move on to the next session, Web3 today and tomorrow. So through the screen, we will be meeting the presenters of this session. First, we have DW Labs Business Development Business Partner, Ling Jiang. Thank you. And we will have Hashkey, CEO of HSK Ecolabs, Kay Liu, with us as well. And we also have the Graph Solutions engineer, Ali Kim, and also QuickNote Senior Developer Advocate, Sahil Sen. And last but not least, Dune, Head of GTM, Arnaud Simmer, who will be making insightful presentations. And after the presentations, we will have a panel discussion under the topic of Global Web3 Business Direction with our presenters so that we can deep dive into in-depth discussions. So let's move on to the first presentation, which will be delivered by Ling Jiang, Business Partner Business Development from DW Labs under the topic of DWF Labs Growth Plan and its contribution to the Kaia blockchain. Let's welcome the presenter with a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for joining us today during this very busy week. So today I'm going to talk about DWF Labs Growth Plan and our contribution to Kaia blockchain. So my name is Ning. I'm the business partner of DWF Labs business development team in charge of the investment and the market making. I came from a traditional finance background, worked as an option trader for Eclipse and Point72. And then in 2019, I decided to take my leap to cryptocurrency. So it's been 5 years. It's a roller coaster, to say the least, but in a good way. So 2 years ago, I joined the DWF Labs. So as one of the earliest team members, I've witnessed tremendous growth within the team, within our business. So who is DWF Labs, and what do we do, and where we come from? So in a nutshell, we are the next generation investor and market maker. Our associated entity, DWF, is one of the world's largest high-frequency trading entities. We trade spot, futures, options on over top 60 exchanges. And as of now, we have more than 700 projects in our portfolio, where our market share is 20% in CoinMarketCap, top 100, and 35% top 1,000, and it's still growing as I'm speaking. So where do we come from? Well, our journey actually traces back to 2018, when a team of ETH Zurich graduates and experienced quantitative traders from RMC founded the DWF. So they leveraged their experience in traditional finance to cryptocurrency. We do spot, futures, derivative trading. After 4 years of profitable years, we decided to extend our business. So in 2022, DWF Labs was founded in order to offer service from investment, market making, and OTC trading. In 2023, in less than 1 year, we were recognized as the leading investor by Binance research team and best liquidity provider for Bybit. We also achieved a strategic partnership with DMCC. It's the world's leading business hub based in Dubai. And this year, we've already welcomed 26 new hires. So right now, our global team is representing 15 countries, Singapore, Hong Kong, Dubai, also in Korea. So welcome to visit our office here in Seoul. And a couple of days ago, we also received an award from Binance, the longest standing OG awards. So we are very happy to achieve this with Binance team. So what do we do? So we have 3 lines of business. First is investment. So we have venture capital side to look at projects, early stage projects. And then we have a secondary market investment arm to do locked and liquid investment. That is primary for projects that already launched a token on centralized exchanges. And the second is our OTC trading. So we launched the RFQ platform early this year to offer global market access, deep liquidity, and API integration for users. Last but not least is our market-making liquidity provision business. We do a typical token loan plus co-option model, no additional fee involved. So we ensure 95% uptime, and we offer innovative liquidity solutions based on projects' needs. And we share monthly market-making reports to ensure great transparency between us and our partners. And you know how competitive this market-making business has become. I can easily give you 10 market makers right now. So how do we stay competitive? And how do we differentiate us all the time? So I can give you many reasons, but one thing I would like to bring up in particular is our value add, our ecosystem support. So we have a dedicated ecosystem support team. So in order to constantly communicate with the projects, constantly listen to what's their business needs, what's their business need plan, and then we offer the service accordingly. Here is a few examples of what we can do. We have extensive connections with VCs, family offices, central exchanges, service providers. We also have more than 700 projects in our portfolio, which we can introduce to our potential partners. We're also representing in 15 countries where we can help the project expand into that region. Then we have events. We've done events from East Denver, ECC, Token 24/9 in Dubai, and also here in KBW, and we're going to Singapore and Thailand. And then we have markets based on liquidity needs. We have different OTC solutions, investor liquidation services. We also have our in-house PR social media team that can offer social media analysis for projects to understand their social media presence. And if you are L1, L2, then we can do governance participation, TVL support, native stablecoins, ecosystem funds, like we did for Tom blockchain since 2022. I will use the Kaia blockchain as an example later to demonstrate how we support them. Before that, I'll give you a quick overview of our portfolio. So this is only the partial list. So we can see it's very diversified. We have infrastructure, meme coins, DeFi, RWA, DEX, and SIM. So now let's go back to Kaia blockchain and our contribution to its ecosystem. So Kaia is the fastest and most efficient EVM blockchain technology, backed by 2 leading messenger apps in Asia, with around probably more than 250 million users. So we've become the partner of Kaia blockchain since early this year. We support in terms of liquidity, marketing, help them to form different partnerships within the region. And in addition, we also purchased additional 5 million Clay tokens in order to become the co-seller operator. Also, we decided to become the members of Kaia Governance Council in order to participate the important decision-making process in order to contribute to the Kaia ecosystem. Also, a few days ago, Kaia launched their mainnet. Congratulations again, team. And also, at the same time, they launched the Kaia Wave program. So it's a build support program that, to provide tech, business, marketing support. And as a partner, our venture capital already committed to become one of the partners to contribute this program. So we are very excited for Kaia blockchain, what's coming next for the team. So then, at the same time, let's look at what's coming next for DWF Labs. So our vision is always keep building, keep grinding, and keep innovating. No matter it's a bear market, bull market, hopefully more bull market, of course. So this year, we launched a few initiatives. First is KOL Wave Maker program. We all know how important KOL is to this industry. So we decided to build this program to connect global KOLs. So right now, we have 660 KOLs applied. We approved 230 KOLs to work with us. And through different KOL managers, we also connected to more than 1,500 KOLs indirectly. And so if we are KOL and looking to work with high-quality projects, please sign up here, dwflabs.com with Maker. Second initiative is our $20 million Cloud Break Fund. So this fund is primarily for Chinese-speaking projects. So far, 85 projects registered, and our team has reached to each one of them to understand their business and see how we can support. And this is only one of the examples how bullish we are in Asian region. And hopefully we will launch more funds targeting other regions. And as I was preparing this presentation, our founder, Andre, launched 2 new initiatives. One is treasury management. So this one is targeting projects that are looking to diversify their treasury or generate profits for their holdings. So we did a soft launch a few weeks back for a few selected clients, and we achieved great results. So as now, we are ready to scale up. And last one is our option trading products. So we come from an option trading background, and we decide to leverage our expertise and benefit our partners with that expertise. So client partners who is looking to different hedging strategies, looking generate yields on their inventory, can reach out to us. So this is us, DWF Labs. So no matter if you are a project looking for funding, looking for liquidity, or you are KOL looking to connect with more high-quality projects, or you are just a Web3 talents looking for opportunities, feel free to reach out to us through this email or go onto our website through Contact Us page. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Ling Jiang. 네, 발표 너무나 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and we will move on to the next presentation, which will be under the topic of Scale Without Compromise, Discover Unparalleled Security and Performance on HashKey Chain's Layer 2 network, which will be delivered by HashKey CEO of HSK Echo Labs, Kay Liu. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Can you hear me clearly? Yeah. Let me test for this. Okay, great. 안녕하세요. K입니다. Okay, this is all I have here. And it's really great to meet you guys all here in Seoul. And this is my second time to join KBW. But last year when I came to Seoul, I am a researcher and investor in Bybit, the exchange. But now I got the new rules here. I'm currently covering our HSK, the platform token, and also our HashKey chain, the layer 2, which is going to be launched right in the corner in Q4. So today, I'm so honored to be here with Kaia, our strategical partner, and to share all the big news for HashKey ecosystem and how we could collaborate and build a bigger and massive adoption ecosystem with Kaia together. So for our new friends who are not that familiar with HashKey, I might spend like 2 minutes to introduce the HashKey ecosystem to you guys. We are founded in the year 2018. I bet this is what most of our generation who jumped into this industry at the very beginning. And at the very beginning, we are doing the investment tranche. So now it's famous as HashKey Capital. And in this cycle, most of our portfolio projects has been launched or get listed in recently. So you might have heard a lot about HashKey Capital recently. But now we got like full stack digital asset industry allocation here. We got our trading tranche, which is a compliant and regulated centralized exchange. We got license from Hong Kong and Bermuda, which is quite similar to Coinbase International. And then we got our wealth management. We got the Web3 entrance to got more community adoption. And we got our blockchain technology, which is HashKey Cloud. HashKey Cloud is one of the top staking scale in Asia area. And now we got HashKey Chain, which is the last missing puzzle for the whole ecosystem. And I will make a brief introduction for HashKey Chain later. And for HSK, what is HSK? This is our platform token. I bet you guys know that there is no compliance and regulated token in this world currently. We all know Coinbase, but Coinbase got its shares. We got BNB here, but we can't see like too much regulation and compliance with Binance, I have to say. So if HSK we have a definition for it. We could call it as a compliance platform token for the whole ecosystem. It will bear all the valuation from the Hashkey ecosystem in just one dip. We are the golden drop for the ecosystem. You could just hold HSK as your tool and methodology to receive all the valuation and growth for our ecosystem, including but not limited to the utility in our exchange and the entrance for our Web3. And we are using it as a golden digger, which is quite popular in Asia area, the golden digger, to find out all the growth and airdrop and all the cooperation opportunity for Hashkey ecosystem. And also, it will be used as a native token and gas token for our Hashkey chain. And for the core and early backers for our ecosystem, we have actually started to use the Hashkey points in our centralized exchange. We could use it as a deduction for trading fees. We could hold it as a launchpad or launchpool asset to receive all the future airdrops for listing. And we will explore more opportunity with Hashkey Capital. That means whenever you want to share the portion or share the benefits from the projects that we have invested, you might choose hold HSK and to be our early backer. And for our Hashkey chain later, of course, it will be the most important asset on chain. And here is the brief tokenomics for HSK in the future. Actually, we have doing a lot of work to communicate with other regulators outside or inside Hong Kong. And we are exploring the new way to be the pioneer in this world to see how the compliance platform and ecosystem could down with tokens. And this could be the cross bridge between Web 2 and Web 3, and to have more better understanding between the two groups. And we got a lot of partners from the traditional finance. We got a lot of institutional partners from the real world, so-called real world utility. And we will bring all those monies and all those focus from the Web 2 to Web 3. And we wanted to be the financial infra to have better communication and understanding between the two groups. And so we will distribute most of our tokens to the whole ecosystem and to invite all of our partners and friends to grow with us. And then we are doing the reserve portion. It's like, if anything unexpected happen, we will use the 5% of reserve to have better protection for all the holders. And we have the regular seasonal repurchase from our real profit, which is a good news that our centralized exchange is starting to make profit now. So this is right in the corner, and this is very expectable to have the 20% of profit repurchase. And for the whole group, our long-term goal is to, when the market is underestimate the valuation for the token, we are the holders for our token. We will repurchase and hold it to a long time to give the right price or valuation to the market, and we will repurchase and distribute to the whole ecosystem to maintain a quite a higher boundary, the bottom boundary to the valuation for the whole token. Yeah, and we are starting our Genesis airdrop now. We have distributed 1% of the total supply of the token and distribute it to the community for free. You guys could just follow this TG bot. It's really fun, actually. So we noticed all this TG bot, hotshot TG bot like Catizen, Hamster, Notcoin, and we just want to introduce to a more massive community by using the Genesis airdrop and distribute our token to the community members. So just for one click in the Telegram, and you could receive the HSK, and you will be our early backer, and you will see what will happen now. It will be a bigger future. And our users currently, for the latest data, is reached over 3 million of users, and all of the users will receive a quite portion for HSK. And the more active you are in the ecosystem, the more HSK you will get, definitely. And this is our slogan, actually. It's kind of have the same pace with Kaia. We are all for all, no matter in institutional client, in retail, in community, or project developers, everyone in this industry. If you want to join into this crypto world, you have to find the right place to play. And you want to join into a project with long-term growth and higher expectation without do those bad things. We will distribute and disclose all the information we will have. You will never worry about something bad is done by the project itself. It will be a fair and transparent disclosure for information, and let the market and the users decide the valuation for our token. And this is our goal, and for the long term. And here's the most important part for the roadmap. Actually, we have prepared for the token issuance for over 2 years. We have done a lot of internal governance, communication with the regulators, and the communication with community and the KOLs. We have listened to all the opinions, no matter positive one or negative one, and we have rebrand and refined our image and narratives to make sure the long-term narration works. So we are going to launch our token in the second half of this year, but it really depends on the market station. We all know that the market recently is kind of fluctuated, and no one is fairly priced now. So we are still considering this, but we're gonna do it before the launch our mainnet for the Hashkey Layer 2. So our Layer 2 is gonna to launch its mainnet in Q4, which is November or December. We have invited the most capable and expected partners, no matter from the tech side, from the ecosystem side. We have bring over 100 project partners to co-build with us. We want to build the ecosystem and bring the most fast, secure, and most sexy and interesting one to the community together. So let me make a more detailed introduction for the chain. Actually, as I mentioned, the Hashkey is set up for institutional purpose. We are doing the capital investment first, and during the growth, we have a lot of partnership with the institutional client, such as Tether, Consensus. We got all the traditional finance and focus from Hong Kong and whole Asia basis. We got license in Tokyo, in Hong Kong, and we have all the bank and traditional fund, family office of partners. So these, our friends from Web2, they have facing the same question. It's like, if I want to join into Web3, how could I do? And which is the best solution for us to participate in this industry? I know they are doing this step by step, but actually they want to find the most reliable partners to help them to join into this industry. And that's why Hashkey chain are built to provide the most reliable and common use solution for the Web 2 or even Web 2.5 partners to bring them in. And we all know that the growth motivation for this cycle, we are looking for the institutional money, we are looking for family office, we are looking for the huge capital that bring by the ETF product. And the first time that the whole world still looking at crypto world is began from the ETF issuance. And we all know compliance and regulation would be the definitely train for this industry. And only we bring more capital, money, focus from the traditional world, we are able to expand our whole industry together. So that's why we thought it should be the right timing to introduce a infra to have the communication bridge between the Web 2 and Web 3, and to bring all the users together to get better understanding and to see what will happen, and with all the capital and opportunity to explore. And we will focus on infra side, and we will focus on institutional and retail client together. I mean, in this industry, including myself, I will not put most of my money into some so hype community or hype ecosystem. Still, I will keep it in a safer place, even with a lower but guaranteed or reliable return. That's my goal. So I bet most of you guys, if we have hold a lot, a massive capital and wealth, I bet you are, and you will find some place to put your money in a safer place rather than to hype on chain. I do hype, I do meme on chain, of course, but I won't put like most money to do this like risky stuff. So that's why we are doing this. We provided our imagination as a secure and a safer place for you guys, and you could just bring your money in. And also, as I mentioned, we got the Asia area top 1 scale of risk-taking pool, our Hashkey Cloud. So they will bring all their TVLs. They're like tons of BTC and ETH. They would bring all this asset on chain, and this provides the initial TVL for our chain. And then we could use this TVL to explore more opportunity from DeFi industry and to get the real yield, the risk-taking, all this hotshot topic recently, and we bring the RWA and all the institutional adoption. That's the preliminary goal for the chain itself. And we are empowering all the client, and also we are going to let the client, I mean the community, to enjoy the growth for the TVL and the real use case for the ecosystem. Imagine that if I got a fiat income and I'm hate of the only choice to buy some American bond, the T-bills, with like only 3 to 4% of return. I want to change my fiat into the stable coins in the ecosystem. And also we got all the stable coin partners. We are going to explore stable coins in Hong Kong, Australia, and if it's possible in Korea, in Japan. These are on the way to discussion for the stablecoin corporation, and this stablecoin will bring a certain return for the community, and far better than the fiat return for us. And that's why we are doing it as a bridge for the Web 2 and Web 3. And this like the whole picture for Hashkey chain that makes it so different with other layer 2. We all get bored about the layer 2 narratives, and we all know there's like 74, 75 layer 2 in this world. But this make Hashkey chain so different that we are using the real world asset, real world yield. We are going to do the PayFi because we got all the license in globally, and we got the compliance guarantee and to the asset security to help us to build the real finance ecosystem and to be the financial infra between Web 2 and Web 3. And so for chain itself, I mean, we are the strategic partner for Kaia, and currently I'm thinking about maybe we could do asset co-bridge, and we are doing the exploration for how to make our Asia community expand to the whole globally community. And we are believe in the Asia power because currently we are still thinking about Asia are the most dynamic and enthusiastic community for this industry, and we cannot ignore the power for Asia. So we are doing the co-building and the co-exploration for the ecosystem, and hopefully we could see a next level of expectation for next year in KPW and even in any other chances that we could cooperate. We are exploring the innovation for regulation and all the growth ecosystem, and hope we could bring a better future for Asia area and even the world. Okay, thank you.
네, 케이루님 다음스 한번.
So, Kay Liu, thank you. Thank you so much for your great presentation. So the next session, let me introduce about the next presentation. The topic of this presentation is Empower Your D app with the centralized API. Ali Kim, solution engineer from the Graph, is going to deliver his presentation.
박수로 환영해 주십시오, 여러분.
Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Ali Kim. I work for Edge and Node, which is one of the core dev teams of the Graph. It's great to be back here in the fatherland, and it's an honor to be here at KSL today to present to you how you can empower your dApp with decentralized APIs. This will be a slightly technical intro to subgraphs and the Graph network. First, I'll start off with presenting to you a problem in the Web3 stack. The initial dApp architecture looked like this. You have the front-end app communicating directly with the blockchain. The problem here is that the blockchain is write optimized. You can easily write to it, but reading from it is sometimes challenging. That's because smart contracts emit events, or often called logs. They contain a lot of the data, but if you were to obtain historical data on a smart contract, you'd have to scan through the entire blockchain to get data from it. So every block on the blockchain contains logs from all sorts of dApps and protocols. So every block looks like this. You have data coming from everywhere. And trying to find specific data from it is like swimming through a ball pit and trying to find a specific ball in it. So for developers, that means you often have to write very complicated code just to do something simple. You have to use loops, make multiple calls to the blockchain just to get some simple data. So dApps really need organized data to be able to efficiently read from smart contracts. So the graph solution takes care of ETL and querying. So extract, transform, load, same process used in Web2 apps to take large amounts of data, process it, and load it into a database. On top of that, the graph enables querying so that developers can use GraphQL to query the data they need and specify the exact fields they want. So effectively, it takes complicated data like this and turns it into organized data so that dApps can extract exactly what they need very quickly. So in essence, it's indexing data on the blockchain for easy access. In the end, developers can get the data they need with very simple code. This is a simple GraphQL query where you just specify the fields you want, and you'll receive the data set behind that. So the solution from the graph that takes care of ETL and querying, we call them subgraphs. Subgraphs are customizable APIs, and they are also executable code. So developers just need to play around with 3 files: a manifest, which is like a configuration file, the logic, which is just assembly script code, almost the same as JavaScript, and that defines how you process data, and the schema file just specifies how you store that data. So with this, subgraphs can take on-chain data and also off-chain data. Off-chain data, we can get IPFS data and Arweave. So what that looks like is servers or indexers can take that subgraph, execute that code to obtain events from the blockchain, and also take off-chain data, process it, store it in a database, and through a graph node, serve that data to developers and dApps that need to query it. And they can use that, they can get that only using GraphQL. In the end, that places the graph as the data layer of Web3 that enables efficient reading and writing from the blockchain. But looking at that picture, you might think, hey, isn't that adding a single point of failure? If you were to use a single indexer, then it could pose as a centralized, a single point of failure, a bottleneck. So if you use a single indexer, it can pose as, it can become the weakest link in your Web3 stack. So the graph solution adheres to the Web3 ethos and focuses on decentralization. The graph is composed of a decentralized network of indexers. So when you need to query on-chain data, you're sourcing your data from multiple indexers. So even if one of them goes down, you're fine. You still have the same data from many indexers. And this enables you to build truly decentralized apps. The graph network today has over 100 indexers worldwide. And this enables fast queries and also redundancy, as you have backup from many indexers. And in the end, this is what creates a global, decentralized network of APIs. So this is what the participants of the graph network looks like. So far, I've been talking mostly about subgraphs. So developers create the subgraphs. But indexers, they're the ones that provide the physical infrastructure to host those subgraphs, as well as serve them to users that want to query data. And for non-technical participants, you have curators and delegators. Curators would stake their tokens on subgraphs, and they will get rewarded the more these subgraphs process queries. And delegators would stake their GRT tokens on indexers. So the more stake that goes into an indexer, the more this indexer is eligible to take on more work from the graph network, and in turn, get more profits. And delegators get a share of that. If this looks like too much, just remember indexers. These are the ones that hold up the graph network. And this network of indexers is what enables that redundancy and quality of service of accessing data. So yes, in the end, the effects are we get quality of service through redundancy and speed for having many indexers throughout the world. The cost of service is straightforward. It's charged at $40 per million queries, and it's purely based on usage. So for 100 queries, that would be $4. But most importantly, this creates a very good developer experience. From front ends, it becomes very easy to get the data you need from contracts. So right now, last I checked, the graph network processed 2 billion queries per month, and this is spread out across over 9,000 subgraphs on the graph network. So let me show you a little peek of what the graph looks like. The Graph Explorer, you can find it on thegraph.com/explorer. And over there, you can see all the published subgraphs on the network. So if you go there, if we click into Uniswap, immediately you can see the query URL, which you can use to send in GraphQL queries and get the data you want. On this page, you can play around with queries. It has a visual query editor, which you can use to create a query like you see on the left. Push that purple button, and you will see a sample of the data that it returns. And on the Indexers tab, you can see the actual indexers serving this subgraph. In this case, we see 14 subgraphs serving this Uniswap v3 subgraph. So the graph had a SaaS, a centralized service, essentially, serving subgraphs. But over the past year, we've gradually moved this over to the decentralized network. And as of June, we've gone 100% decentralized. And we call this initiative the sunrise of decentralized data. So today, any subgraph published on the network, all that is it's fully on the decentralized network, not relying on the old hosted service. Today, there are over 55 chains supported by the network. And it is my hope to see Kaia on there very soon. And I'm sure this will become a very good tool for developers in building their decentralized apps. And a sneak peek at Studio. This is the developer environment so that devs can test and deploy their subgraphs when they're ready. This is what it looks like. You can deploy your subgraphs first in this test environment where you can get a test endpoint, play around with it, and when you're ready, publish that to the network. But even after publishing, you still have the ability to edit, make updates to it, and publish a new version. And in Studio, developers can see all the CLI commands they need to get their subgraphs up and running. And we have a vibrant ecosystem, Discord channel, and Telegram groups where devs can get all the help they want. And not just for devs, we have our Discord supports any kind of questions related to the graph. And also, if you look at this QR code, you can also see network roles and jobs in the graph ecosystem. Thank you very much. My name is Ali Kim. You can follow me on Twitter. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali Kim, for your warm speech. 네, 너무나 감사드립니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주십시오.
Thank you very much. Let's once again give it up to Mr. Ali Kim. Okay, moving on to the next session. Under Bridging World's Web 2 Maturity meets Web 3 Innovation, which will be delivered by Senior Developer Advocate from QuickNode, Mr. Sahil Sen, who will be connecting via Zoom.
All right. So thank you so much for the introduction. And today I will be talking about how Web2 data or Web2 maturity meets Web3 innovation. So the title will be Bridging Worlds, Web2 Maturity meets Web3 Innovation. So before starting, let me give you all a quick introduction that what I do and where I am from. So hi everyone, I am Sahil Sen. I work on the developer relations team at QuickNode. QuickNode is a Web3 tooling provider with RPC product at its core, but a lot of different products which just makes lives of Web3 developers easy. And if you want to connect with me, I am SDN Sahil on Twitter. So if you have any questions regarding any of the things which we discuss or which we will be discussing in this presentation, feel free to send me a DM on Twitter. So let's jump into it. So before starting, I would just want to give out a coupon code for all the conference attendees. So you can use this KSWFREE case sensitive coupon code to sign up for paid footnote plan for free. So now, let's jump into the topic. So as we all know, and we have been using this, the Web2 data or the Web2 infrastructures have been around for a long time. And because they have been around for a long time, they have developed a lot of robust infrastructure and products around their infrastructure, around how to get data, how to transform data, how to load data, etc. They have well-established architecture. They have centralized storage systems, which are very much scalable and elastic. They have one-click integration, all built into the suite of tools like AWS, Oracle, Azure. And because of these mature and robust infrastructure, they have come a long way in managing big data and make scalable applications. Now, what happens with blockchain is blockchain has made a lot of disruptions in how data is managed and how data is generally. Because blockchain introduces some complex concepts of decentralized architecture, it has permissionless data, and on top of all of this, we always need the real-time data consistency because whenever we are dealing with blockchain, we need the tip of the chain data or the latest block data because the state of the blockchains change with every block coming into the blockchain. So that is why we always need that tip of the chain data regardless of anything. And on top of that, there are a lack of tools. We do have a lot of tools right now, but still they are very much on the initial stages if we look at the Web2 data sources or Web2 data pipelines, if we compare it to them. So what are the tools right now? We have on the very low level or initial level, we have the hosted node APIs, like the RPC APIs or the REST APIs, which again QuickNode provides. And then on top of that, we have enhanced APIs. For example, let's say that you want to just get the NFT data, or you just want to get the ERC20 or token data. We have some enhanced APIs provided by some providers, which you can use to get specific kinds of data. And then we have subgraphs and indexers. Subgraphs, as you saw in the previous presentations, can be used to manage your own decentralized databases or your own decentralized subgraphs, which you can query using GraphQL. And then there are indexers, which again are specialized and specific data indexed in your databases, which you can query very quickly. So now the issue is that all of this is fine. But the thing is that we need a combination of all of these to create robust data pipelines. Right now, Web3 data is so much scarce and so much scattered and decentralized in a manner. So just using one of these APIs is not enough because, again, it is completely different data compared to our general Web2 data. So we cannot just go there and use solutions provided by these traditional data providers or these traditional cloud providers. So what happens is we have to come up with new tools or new type of toolings. So that's where a product like Streams comes in. QuickNote Streams is a new product from QuickNote which ensures you real-time guaranteed data provision. And one of the main thing or one of the major challenge with using traditional data providers in Web3 is reorg handling. Because on faster chains and more decentralized chains, reorgs are kind of becoming very common where one validator or one miner provides a block or proposes a block, and then there might be a case where that same block has been provided with some different data by some other validator in different region. So this is just an example of reorg. There are a lot of different cases where reorg can happen, but imagine a scenario like this where reorg can happen. So if you are fetching data from a traditional provider like enhanced APIs or your node APIs like RPC or REST APIs, in these cases, you will have to get that data again, change your databases, change the data in databases, and update that data on your own. So data published to the destination is another feature of Streams. With Streams, what you can do is you can set up a stream of data for various data sets like your block with receipts, transactions, even traces data, and you can set up a pipeline directly to your S3 buckets, your Postgres databases, or even Snowflakes. So the data, whenever it happens on the blockchain, real time, it will flow directly into your data lakes or databases without any middleware in between. And all of this will happen in real time. And all of this comes with reorg handling foolproof solution. You can set your systems in a way that whenever a reorg happens, the QuickNote stream will stream the data again to your databases. You don't have to handle that. Everything is handled on the Streams part. And with Streams, you can even do backfills of the entire blockchain and keep that backfill running for the forward fill. So you can set start block and you can set end block. Start block if you want to backfill, end block you can keep it as blank if you just want to keep streaming or keep filling the upcoming blocks. And on top of that, there are filters to make your process a little bit easier and to get specific data. For example, you can specify a filter like this whenever you want to get the data. So in such cases, what happens is with traditional APIs like RPC and REST APIs, whenever people get data, they have some scripts or some cron job running on their end, and they will have to filter the data, transform the data on their end, and then load it into a database. But with QuickNote Streams, what you can do is you can just create a filter on the Streams end so that the data is filtered right at the server side and you get the filtered data. For example, you are seeing one example of getting Uniswap v2 and v3 data, where what we are doing is we are filtering for the Uniswap v2 and v3 swaps using their event topic hashes, and then we are publishing that data to the data source or to the data destination. I'm sorry. So with this, what you can do is you can even go a little bit more granular and just specify fields, whatever you want. Let's say that you just want the from and to address of those contracts, and you just want to get the value. You do not want to get the entire transaction receipt. So in such cases, you will be able to do that with filters. You will be able to specify what data you want. You can even change the labels of the data, etc. And the best part is, while doing this, you can reduce the amount of data you get because streams charge you on the amount of data you get by volume in GPs. So in this way, you can even reduce your Web3 bills or Web3 data providers bill drastically. So after that, with streams, you get guaranteed data delivery, your handling, data pushed directly into your data lakes, and efficient for backfilling and forward filling. But now the question is that let's say that you want to just filter for, let's say that you are a wallet, you have a wallet product, and you just want to filter the transactions for your customers, for the wallet addresses who interact the blockchain through your wallet product. So in such cases, we have a new offering called key value store, where what you can do is you can create a key value store of various addresses, and then you can fetch those addresses right into your QuickNote Streams filter, and then just filter for those addresses. So key value store is not just limited to addresses or wallet addresses. You can basically create a key value store of anything. It just has to have a key and a value. So you can do that. And on top of that, you can even feed that database or key value store database from a stream where you can write the logic over here and it will stream into your key value store database. In this database, you don't have to worry about or manage on your own. This is managed on the QuickNote side, right on the QuickNote edge. So it solves two purposes. It solves the data handling part and the data management part. On second front, or the second perk is that since it's managed on the same edge, the latency of data retrieval from a database becomes quicker because it's on the same edge where the data streaming product is running. And the best or the one of the most robust part of Web2 data sources or Web2 data solutions is a serverless function where you delegate the backend handling part of your applications to a serverless functions provider like AWS, Lambda, and you just call that server on that server provider's server, and you do not have to manage the backend, you do not have to manage the pipeline of that server, anything. You just call that API and that server will run for you. So the same thing is possible now with blockchain data because QuickNote has this new product called functions where you can create your serverless functions for blockchain-based data on different environments like Node.js, Go, Python. Right now, only Node.js and Python environments are available. And what you can do is you can create your own serverless function with built-in blockchain data so that you do not have to feed your blockchain data into a function, and you can create your own APIs using serverless functions. So what this solves is you do not have to worry about your blockchain data source whenever you are creating your own APIs. Second, it supports most popular blockchain libraries natively, along with the core Node.js modules for Node.js and Python. So libraries like Web3.js, VM, WAGMI, Ethers.js, all of these are supported natively into this. So you just can call them natively and create your own APIs. But don't worry that if your library is not listed, what you can do is you can even upload a zip file of your code base to the functions to the functions panel, and you can create your own APIs. And then you can just call that function using a REST API of the functions. So now let's take a look at the graph, or let's take a look at the chart of how these different APIs play into. So when we talk about node APIs, which can be RPC and REST API, they have the capability of providing you with the raw blockchain data, and they can be a little bit cheaper than some high-level or advanced APIs tooling, like enhanced API graphs or custom index. But they just provide you with raw blockchain data. You have to do everything like filtering. You have to do like the transformation on your end. But with enhanced APIs, you get a little bit more power. You get a little bit more enhanced data, but the cost increases a little bit. And with subgraphs, which a lot of different providers provide, what you will have to do is you will have to manage the data intake into the subgraphs. You'll have to manage those subgraphs. So yes, they provide you with a lot of powerful data insights and enhanced and managed data, but yes, the cost can go high. The timing of the management required to run them can go high. And on top of that, if you're running a custom indexer, it becomes even more costlier because you will have to index that entire data on a database. Database prices can go really high because blockchain data is enormous. It just keeps increasing with every block which comes in. But with streams and functions, you can set up a stream. You can set up a stream with a filter so that you just get the data which you care about real time as soon as it happens on chain, real proof. Plus, what you can do is you can feed that data directly into a function to whatever you want. Let's say that you want to make a RPC call, or you want to make a ethers.js function where once you receive some data from stream, you can send a transaction to another smart contract. You will be able to do that with streams and functions, where you can even store your key in key value store so that they are safe. So with streams and functions, it becomes a little bit more cost efficient with more blockchain capabilities, so that you just not get the data, but do something with that data whenever you receive that. So this is just a rough chart which I made. And talking back or going back to the Web3 capabilities of for Web2 people. So what we saw is adapting Web2 practices where we get one-click integrations, we get transforming, we get loading of data, fetching of data, all of that in just one product. You do not have to do any of that. So it becomes very easy to use. We saw robust data ingestion where the data is ingested into your data lakes or your solutions or your databases as soon as it happens on the blockchain, plus it's your proof. So whenever a reorg happens, you stream the data, but you can even set some delays that you want to wait for. Let's say that you want to wait for 10 blocks before that block data is streamed to you, similar to how different exchanges have block confirmations before confirming a transactions. Similar to that, you can set a block delay, or you can just set a reorg restream where the block will be restreamed to you whenever a reorg happens. So this makes the data ingestion process very much robust. And scalable data storage, which you can achieve with key value store. You can store as many keys with your values, which can be wallet addresses, your smart contract addresses, your users' addresses, anything into key value storage. And the best part is serverless functions. You can just create and deploy your own blockchain APIs in cloud without having to manage the backend yourself. You can just delegate and delegate the heavy lifting of running those APIs continuously or maintaining those APIs on the cloud on your serverless functions end, and then you can just use them whenever you want. You can even create your own custom RPC APIs or REST APIs using particular functions. So I think that will be it from my end. And if you are interested in learning more about strings, functions, key value store, or the footnote in general, we have a lot of resources around how to get started with Web3, how to do a certain thing, how to create tabs. You can just take a screenshot, or you can just take a photo of this QR code, or even scan it now. You'll find blog posts, you'll find guides, you'll find end-to-end step-by-step video tutorials, along with all the docs you need, along with all the tutorials you need to create your applications. So if you have any questions around how to get started with any product of QuickNote, or if you want to ask any questions in general about dApp development or Web3 development, blockchain development, you can just reach out to me on the given below Twitter, and also mention the Twitter of QuickNote so that you can just stay updated with all the things happening with QuickNote. So thank you, and thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for listening to it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sai. 네, 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시면 너무나 감사드리겠습니다.
So please give him a round of applause again. So now we have only one presentation left. So under this topic, we are going to have Mr. Arno Sumeri, head of GTM at Dune.
뜨거운 박수와 함께 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please give him a round of applause.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try to bring the energy back up a little bit here. I didn't know I could do this remotely, so I had to fly from Miami, Florida, my home, directly here. 22 hours of flight. But guess what? I'm super excited to be here. I was here actually 10 years ago on my first trip. It was a work trip for a data conference, and super excited to be back here in Seoul. Thank you so much, Sam, and the entire Kaia team for having me to talk a little bit more about data. And my name is Arno. I'm the head of go-to-market at Dune, previously known as Dune Analytics. And I want to walk you through a little bit of our journey going from a project with literally 0 users to over 1 million users right now on Dune. So you might be familiar with Dune, and probably the things that you might know is our dashboards on crypto Twitter. You know, you see Vitalik posting his dashboard, Anatoly and the Solana team posting his dashboard. You have guys from BlackRock, institutional investors. But the journey was very long to get there. And everything started a little over actually 7 years ago. Dune was founded by 2 guys from Norway named Mats and Frederick. And now we're about 50 people. Billion-dollar company, Series B, investors from Ash to Dragonfly, Multicoin, Union Square Venture, you name it. And yeah, a lot of people are using Dune. But what it is that we're actually solving? So before to join the crypto industry, I was an engineer by trade, and I was working in data analytics, primarily in retail, AI and machine learning before it got sexy not that long ago. And one of the things that was fascinating to me when I looked at the underlying technology that is crypto is that the data is actually public, right? That's like the basic principle of it's a public ledger. However, it's actually very hard to understand it when you think about it. The first transaction I made, probably on MetaMask a very long time ago, in order to verify it, I had to go on, one of a scanner, probably an older version of Etherscan. And it was impossible to understand what is this transaction, the hashes, and everything. And I think the 2 founders of Dune, 6 or 7 years ago, saw the opportunities that there's got to be a different word where we can actually translate all of that crypto data in a better way that's more human readable. And that's how Dune started. Dune is the leading crypto data and on-chain analytic platforms today. We support over 60 blockchains, EVM and non-EVM. That's about 1.5 million data sets on Dune. So that's a lot of data, that's a lot of users, that's a lot of queries, that's a lot of dashboard. But a pretty unique thing about Dune is that from the get-go, the founders wanted to make the data completely open. And if you think about it, when you use any software today, doesn't matter if it's crypto or not, the data is really not open, right? You sign up for your license, you know, whether you're using a CRM or an engineer, like it's your own little account, if you will. But it's only limited to what you are doing with it, right? And your team that might be collaborating with you. And what's fascinating about Dune is from the get-go, we made the entire platform open. So what this means is you have thousands of the most creative and talented data analysts in crypto that are actually helping you do your analysis, doing your insight. So think about the compounding effect in your world, whether you are an engineer working in HR and marketing, if you had access to an extra team on top of your own of tens of thousands of people that could give you like a head start on the project where maybe 75% of a job is already done and you focus on the 25% that actually is the most important. And that's really what's really powerful about Dune. And we had a board meeting not that long ago, and our investor reminded us that this concept of data platform that is completely open doesn't really exist, not even in Web 2, if you think about it. Again, you sign up for something that's gated, that's limited. Here, you benefit for millions of people who are using the same software as you, the same platform as you, in making their analysis available to the world. So that's a lot of data. Right, if you think about it, there's more data on Dune of probably any companies that was here today and maybe you're going to meet during the Korean Blockchain Week. So we had to build our own engine to power this, which means that you can access those hundreds of terabytes of data in a matter of a few milliseconds. It's very powerful. People build queries based on SQL, which is a pretty standard database language, and they build charts. Data visualization of different shape or form. But Dune is much more than just dashboard. As a matter of fact, there's a couple of things that we released in the last 12 months, and I want to share a few things that was part of our product roadmap. The first thing we noticed is that, you know, crypto native company, by definition, 70% of the data they care about is on-chain data, right? Because that's our word. So what those companies were doing, they were extracting a lot of the on-chain data to combine it with the 30% of off-chain data that they also care about to do some form of analytics. So we flipped the problem around and says, well, Dune has all the on-chain data you need. How about you bring your own data to Dune in a very safe and obviously secure spot? And that's what we released, a data sync solution that you can connect to about 300 different sources. So now you can bring your off-chain data to Dune. Wallets use this, exchanging use this. Think about your product usage that you can combine with on-chain data. Think about consumer behavior, user information that now you can bring to Dune, again, combined with any chain that you might be interested to look into. Another thing that you'll be surprised, outside of a dashboard that you see everywhere on Twitter, is that Dune powers a lot of the app. Many apps that you use today in crypto, you don't know it, but the data that's behind it comes from Dune using our API. But the thing that makes a big difference for us this year is we announced and launched a super exciting partnership with Snowflake. For those of you who are not familiar, Snowflake is the leader in the data warehouse market, meaning most of Fortune 500 companies, more or less, they use Snowflake, right? Big companies, no matter the industries. And now for any Snowflake customers that is interesting into starting maybe a digital asset team, they have access to the entire on-chain data of Dune in just a few clicks in their data warehouse. And this is super exciting, not just for Dune, but think about the millions of users. They are much bigger than us and the entire crypto industry, to be honest, that start to get educated about crypto data in a way that's much more friendly for them, like Snowflake, a more traditional Web 2 data-friendly organization. Plenty of traditional investors use Dune and crypto data through Snowflake. And about 2 years ago, I want to say, we had this thing at Dune, and we call it, very soon, we're going to live in the world of 1,000 chains. Now, I'm telling this you today, you say, Arno, duh, it's happening. But back 2 years ago, it was a bit of a big bet that we made, and we're investing millions of dollars to prepare our platform for this day. And today's event is just a very good example of those exact moments. We have some of the largest consumer apps in Asia that are coming together to build what I believe is going to be the #1 chain in Asia and maybe beyond with Kaia. We live in a world of maybe not 1,000 yet, but a growing number of exciting chains that are being launched every day. And we wanted to support not just the top 5 EVM chain on Dune, like it was the case for the longest time, but we wanted to play our part to help any chains launch on Dune. And not that long ago, we released this new product called Dune Catalyst. Catalyst is a way from any chain, EVM or non-EVM, to bring your data to Dune, the entire blockchain, and Dune does all the work, and you're making available to millions of people for free. We decode it, we make it human readable, as we say internally, and we distribute the data to all our communities and users across the globe. This is a fantastic ecosystem growth opportunity for any chain that is interested in sharing their data publicly. And because we are data nerds a little bit at Dune, and because we are in Asia, one thing that I want to share with you is every year, we organize DuneCon. As the name entails, this is our annual global conference. It's been a few years now. It is a marathon. It is a 12 hours from day to night, so just one day, 1,000 people under one roof. It is not to talk about Dune, let me just say. It is to talk about crypto and the intersection with crypto data, of course, because that's our focus here in making crypto data accessible. And we've been working with the Ethereum Foundation for a very long time in different projects. And when they told us, they're going to bring DEF CON to Thailand and Bangkok, we saw clearly an alignment of values and ethos of a reason why they went to Southeast Asia. And we'll be organizing this year, DEF CON, on the first day of the entire DEF CON week. And I would love to invite all of you to get there. There's no sponsors, there's no partners, there's no booths, there's nobody to please except the attendees. It is free of charge, but it's application-based. We review every single person, so it's extremely curated. And we've been doing this for a few years. And if you're going to Thailand, we'd love to have you. And this wraps a quick look into Dune. Now, we've been working very closely with the Kaia team, so hopefully, fingers crossed, in a couple of weeks, we'll have the entire on-chain data of Kaia on Dune so that millions of people can take a look in this amazing Web3 new chains that's coming to market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arno. 네, 다시 한번 뜨거운
Thank you very much. Let's once again give a big round to the presenter. So we are now headed into the last session of today, which is the third panel discussion for day 1. So once the stage is set, we will jump into the panel discussion, which we will enjoy moderation from John Joe from the Kaia DLT Foundation. And as panelists, we will have Ali Kim and Mr. Arnold Samuri from Dune, Sahil Sen from QuickNode, who will be joining via Zoom. So once the stage is set, we will start with the last session of day 1.
네, 이제 어느 정도
So I think we are prepared to start with the panel discussion. So the moderator, John Joe, I would like to invite you onto the stage, and also 2 panelists. Join me on the stage, Mr. Arno and Mr. Ali Kim, and also Mr. Sahil Sen will be joining via Zoom.
All right, so we've come to the last session of the day. So first of all, I'd like to thank everybody in the room and participating for this last session with us. It's been a long day, so thank you for your perseverance. Now, because this is the last session of the first day, I didn't want to discuss something that would be a little too specific or that would be around a certain product or anything. I just wanted to maybe take some time to take a step back and just kind of reflect on where we are as an industry. Because I think sometimes we're always like a little too heads down, just thinking about the next steps and so on. So wanted to take an opportunity to just kind of take a step back and just reflect on the crazy year that has been 2024 with the three panelists here today. But before we begin, of course, and you guys, thank you very much for your amazing presentations, but I thought then we could just take another opportunity to introduce yourselves a little bit more. So I guess, yeah, if you want to go first, Ali?
Sure. Can you hear me? All right. So yeah, my name is Ali Kim. I'm a solutions engineer at The Graph. I mainly work with chain integrations. So new chains getting onboarded into The Graph. Definitely want to see Kaia on there soon. Yep.
Well, you heard a lot about me already, but my name is Arno. I'm the head of go-to-market at Dune. We're the leading crypto data and on-chain analytic platforms. Super excited to be there. Go-to-market at Dune, in case you wonder, because it's always not very specific. It's anything that doesn't cover the engineering team. So exciting to discuss, a broad array of topics together.
Great. And Sahil, can you hear us?
Yes. So, hi everyone. Again, I'm Sahil Sen from Footnote. I work on the developer relations team, so I create a lot of educational content, not just related to Footnote, but a lot of things around Web3 in general, explaining concepts, explaining protocols, and walking through how to create your different dApps, sometimes using Footnote and sometimes using different solutions. So thank you so much, first of all, the Kaia team, for having me over here and inviting me. It's a little bit, I'm so sorry for not being there in person because, bureaucracy exists, visas exist, so that was an issue for me to get a visa just in time. So happy to chime in virtually. And again, thanks to the team for inviting.
All right, thank you very much. So, we have, a bunch of people here in the room. We also have about 2,500 people watching us online. And so I, decided again to go with topics that I think would interest, people in general, because again, 2024 has been a very crazy year. And that said, I would like to keep this like an open discussion. So feel free to jump in if you have, something you wanted to share. But first question, tokenized culture. Meme coins. 2023, 2024, the rise of meme coins and the meme meta has become one of the most liquid phenomena in recent crypto history. I think everybody agrees with that. It drew notable comparisons with the NFT boom back in 2021 as well. So, as we witness the proliferation of tokenized culture, right, through these digital assets, it raises a fundamental question. Are meme coins and their associated culture beneficial or detrimental to the long-term growth and credibility of the crypto industry? What impact do these trends have on innovation, investment behavior, and the future of digital assets? So basically, meme coins, good or bad? Arno, do you want to start?
Yeah. I'm a big fan. Maybe it's because I'm too degen, but no, I think more seriously, what I like, not everything is great, but what I like about meme coin and the culture that comes with it is I think it's another opportunity to introduce ourselves to new investors that come to market that, it's just a dog with a hat. It's not that hard to understand. Sometimes we start pitching, people in crypto with very complex infrastructures and technical concept that, you lose them. And whether you like it or not, meme coin are simple, they're fun, they are easy. Now, they are extremely volatile, to 1,000% sometimes in a matter of a day. But you have assets like Dogecoin that get to $85 billion, I think, at the top of what they were, something like this. So I think it's great, again, attracting and onboarding new users. They're fun, let's be honest. And I think to some extent, if there is a culture and a community that comes with it, that's even better.
Ali?
I personally don't touch meme coins, but I still think they're very important because if we look at crypto today, it's, speculation still drives most of the market. And just Web3, for example, we kind of rely on that in some way. So I think it's great meme coins are there. Just like Arno said, they're very easily accessible. They're easy to relate to. And like it or not, they actually have more use than a lot of these serious projects we see all around. So in short, they're a good thing.
Okay, so just to just respond to that, so it is a good thing ultimately, but you personally don't touch meme coins. So why is that?
It's a personal investment philosophy. I don't like to play with anything too dangerous. I mean, I've played around with it.
You don't like to gamble. That's what you say.
Exactly. I limit the amount of money I gamble with. So, and that's why. I mean, I've touched a few, but today I just want to keep my portfolio simple, and that's why today I don't touch it.
All right, and last but not least, Seoul, what do you think of meme coins?
So according to me, yes, meme coins are great in a way, but again, since they are associated with real money and people put in their real money, and we have seen some recent rug pulls by some celebrity meme coins. So there are pros and cons to everything and to this as well. According to me, yes, as already mentioned, meme coins are great for early adoption. They are relatable, so people relate to them in a way, or particular community relate to them in a way. They are easy to get into. They are easy to get into blockchain, etc. But again, because they can be so much volatile and there's a high chance of being rug pulled by them. So my view is that before getting into the entire meme coin fiasco, you as an early user of Web3 or blockchain have to first start with staples, understand how coins and tokenomics work, and then get into meme coins, and eventually stop using meme coins and just use the well-established tokens and deal with them. But always be precautious and always be cautious before getting into any token or any investment of any kind. Plus, I think we as people working in the industry, we have some responsibility ourselves as well, because it's decentralized, right? Anyone can create their own meme coin, anyone can provide liquidity, and it's there for people to buy. But we as a community as a whole should create a lot of awareness and educate newcomers, educate new people coming into the ecosystem or wanting to come into the ecosystem, that how things work and how they should be cautious and how things can go entirely drastically wrong, where people lose and people have lost their entire life's worth of saving in these meme coins. So that's just my take, that we as a community can do better, and we are doing better day by day, but we can do better to educate more, create more awareness around this meme coin culture, or just entire crypto culture, that it is associated with real money and you should proceed with caution, and what kind of things can be a rug pull and what kind of things looks legit. So that's my thing.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So one of your points have got me thinking, and
what's your answer?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I'm a little torn on meme coins, to be honest, because I agree there are definitely pros and cons to it, but I think there are better ways that our industry's resources could be used as opposed to tokenizing culture, as they say. That said, so Sahil brought up an interesting point, and this is kind of like my follow-up question for you Arnold and Ali, which is, as the industry, should we be more responsible when it comes to, like, for example, accommodating meme coins? Should we, as an industry, be a little bit more reserved when it comes to accommodating meme coins? Like, what do you guys think?
I mean, I think with moderation, I think definitely it's great to have meme coins around. I think it's a real good gateway into crypto in general or Web3, but with moderation, because like you said, there are great ways to use resources to boost the whole Web3 space. So yes, I think it's good to support it, but just not too much.
I think it's also hard to get the best of both worlds, right? Because by definition, meme coins are a little bit like uncontrollable, right? And I think whether we love it or hate it, I think they push all of us, they keep us on our toes. There are new companies that didn't exist that now help launch those new tokens. And you're right, maybe a best allocation of resources to other type of crypto, fair point. But there are now tools for communities, because those now are like all of a sudden overnight, we've worked very closely, for example, from the founder of D8ne, like the very iconic meme coin from Base and Farcaster and a lot of that. And it's like, overnight now I have like 100,000 like community members. Like, how do I manage that? And now he has to work with, different toolings, guys from Graph, Dune, QuickNode, and others. So it kind of like kept us here definitely on our toes. So I say, unleash the beast, let it go.
No, that's interesting. So, I mean, there are definitely meme coins out there where they're just about the rug, right? But then there are projects out there that are legitimate in terms of being, working to build a community. And you're right, there is like a little cottage industry around meme coins. Like, you have tools that are designed to more efficiently manage and create communities. So definitely, I mean, there are pros to meme coins, of course. But yeah, I think I'm in agreement with Sahil when it comes to as an industry, we should show a little bit more moderation and maybe just be a little bit less blatantly accommodating, I guess sometimes. So definitely let people be aware of the risks. But moving on, so I mean, meme coins definitely big 2023, 2024. But another kind of big discussion and debate that's been happening, especially recently in 2024, has politics. I mean, so politics has always been intertwined with crypto and blockchain space since its early days, right? Because blockchain and crypto is rooted in grassroots libertarian, cyberpunk ideals and so on. But as cryptocurrency gains mainstream attention, with presidential candidates incorporating it into their policy platforms, we're witnessing growing partisan divides within the crypto community. I'm sure you guys have been following the kind of back and forths on Twitter. And so is the increasing political spotlight on crypto beneficial or detrimental to the industry's growth and innovation? How does the politicization of crypto shape its future? And what are the potential implications for the broader blockchain ecosystem? And Sahil, do you want to maybe start the conversation?
Yes. So since we are on the topic of politics and coins, they are very conflicting topics. Like, crypto has always had this ethos that it is decentralized, it is detached from the traditional governance, politics, etc., right? But now that we have seen blockchain and crypto brought so much in the current campaigns, I think in a way it's beneficial for the industry that it is gaining a lot more mainstream limelight. It is gaining a lot more mainstream spotlight. because something being discussed as your agenda or political agenda, presidential political agenda is not small. This thing getting discussed as a possible outcome if a particular candidate wins is huge for the industry itself. It shows that people are interested. It shows that regulators are interested to make this thing happen, to make this thing works. So first, it's very much a good thing for the industry because it's gaining mainstream. Second, it's very much good thing for the general people as well, because for someone or for a normal day-to-day person who is not into tech, who is not into blockchain, they are hearing about this. And when they hear about this, coming from an influential person, coming from a person who is very high above and a world leader sort of position, it it compels them to look more into it. And this is where people will start getting more into it. But it also comes with some drawbacks that we as a community and we as an industry can become segregated and will have to choose side because politics is always about choosing sides in a way, right? And that's not the ethos of this industry. So what I think should happen is, yes, it's very good that it is being finally discussed on world stages, but we as an industry should see this as a positive thing, plus just stay one whole as an industry because that's needed for us. Yes, there are so many L2s. Yes, there are so many blockchains right now, which in a way makes people choose sides. But what we should be doing is we should be just focusing on the long-term goal of making crypto and blockchain Web3 solutions, applications available to end users and not get into this political side-taking fiascos and just see this as a wide adoption or wide marketing of some sort and stay together as an industry and ride on top of this wave instead of picking sides.
Yeah, no, thank you for that thoughtful response. I mean, towards the end there, I thought you were about to say make crypto great again, but yeah. So Arno, what are your thoughts on the current conversations?
Yeah, I'll probably preface by saying that obviously living in Florida, like my views are very much so probably more towards the future election, which is not the only thing happening, but is a big one, right? So I think what's very hard is that, again, we cannot hope for the best of both worlds. Like, at least maybe my personal views is, I think I would embrace some form of regulation, but not too much. But let's be honest, this is not really how it works, right? I think, MiCA in Europe was a first step towards some form of standard, right? That maybe could be applied globally, we shall see. But the US now is very torn, when it comes to crypto. You have a current administration that has been clearly, anti through the SEC and just plain and simple. And I think some of it is attention grabbing or voting grabbing, which is not good either for nobody, because once the vote is done, like God knows if people in the White House are going to continue on what they say they would do. But I do believe that some form of regulation is needed. I would applaud a company like Coinbase, for example, that decided very early on they didn't have to went public, in the US. It breaks my heart to see a number of super exciting US companies leaving the US, or at least, relocated their HQ in more friendly states or countries. Like, this is not good for, one of the leading countries in the world when it comes to technology in general. So I think there's got to have to be some form of regulation, at least a point of view that needs to be clear from the government. And I think it's about bringing some of those companies back in the state to allow amazing crypto project to be based in the US. I think everybody's benefit. I mean, you look at technology in general, many, are driven by what's happening in the States. So we'll see. November is going to be an exciting month.
So, Ali, what are your thoughts?
I'm a bit torn on this subject. I think this clash between government regulation and Web3, crypto in general, is inevitable. Just the nature of crypto. There's always some kind of conflict of interest between Web3 projects and governments. So I think talking about this, this kind of conflict between the two sides is inevitable. But I think the good that comes out of this is, this kind of puts the spotlight on, kind of the reason or the whole reason behind crypto, like why it's there. With this kind of, back and forth, between regulation and crypto, I think it really puts the spotlight, makes people kind of realize for the first time what's going on. Why are these projects there in the first place? So in that sense, I think that's a good thing. But also, we've seen regulation kind of stomp out, growing crypto projects, in many cases, not just US or, really many places all around the world. So that's why I really can't decide, give a verdict on this.
Yeah, so I definitely agree. Clarity is never a bad thing, I think. In terms of the actual regulatory direction, I think it's still up in the air. We don't know yet. We see candidates on both sides kind of talking about crypto, but they don't really have anything granular or specific yet. So right now, again, it's just more of a political kind of talking point more than anything. But again, clarity, I think, is never a bad thing. Now, an open question for three of you. So you all made really great points, but kind of going back to my question, I mentioned the growing partisan divide within crypto because of this kind of focus, political focus. Because crypto as an industry, I think we're always very known to be unified. We always had each other's backs, right? And that's kind of one of the reasons why this industry really appealed to me. But recently, with this, again, political spotlight in crypto, we've seen a very clear and also a very toxic, sometimes, partisan divide within the industry. So what do you guys, your thoughts about that? Just an open question for, yeah.
Well, I think generally speaking, extremes are not good, right? History have proven that this is not the right way. But I think also crypto is different for everybody. We're here, so I would say we are part of maybe the 1% of the crypto industry, traveling to conference, being among, people who are working. But crypto, if you ask someone who is just, an artist that's trying to own their own rights, and build communities, to someone who's trading Bitcoin at night, to someone who's just a data engineer at a company and just kind of working 9 to 5, but happens to be working at a crypto company, it's very different. So those people look at crypto differently, and therefore they're also going to probably have political belief that are vastly different, which is probably where the tension comes from, our industry, because we're all also vastly different when we, check out for maybe our personal life. So yeah, I think it's dangerous. We're definitely not as unified as probably we thought. But I think it comes back towards why have we joined crypto maybe? So you probably have to do a bit of soul searching of what's important to you and what do you think crypto can be as a new financial platform, and through that hopefully made an educated decision on when you go to the vote. But yes, certainly those tensions are unhealthy to see among peers.
Yeah, it's sad to see this kind of divide, but I think it's also a symptom of a much larger Web3 community today compared to many years ago. So I think what incentivizes each group within crypto is going to be very different today compared to, let's say, when we only had Bitcoin. So I think it's not necessarily such an issue. I think this was bound to come, whether it was politics or possibly something else. So, maybe it's just a symptom to, maybe it's a good problem to have, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree. I think, so I mean, definitely, being divided is not an ideal situation, and it is getting toxic. But I think this may be like a progress thing. I think once the elections are done, I think there'll be less toxicity. But that said, we only have 4 minutes left. But there is one thing that I really wanted to bring up and get your thoughts on, which was another heated debate and discussion that is been happening recently. So L2s, right? So with the growing adoption of layer 2 solutions in the blockchain ecosystem, there is a debate on the impact on Ethereum and the broader space. Are layer 2 blockchains cannibalizing Ethereum's value proposition, or are they enhancing its scalability and usability? Additionally, are layer 2s fragmenting liquidity across various networks? Basically, are L2s good, bad? Where do we want to see L2s head? So we only have 4 minutes. It's like a quick fire question. So beginning with Diana, what are your thoughts?
I would say good. I think the liquidity is an issue. Full stop. Full stop. This needs to be fixed. Bridging, not a good thing. This full stop. I don't have a good answer on how to fix that as well. But outside of that, I think, again, this event is a good example to some extent of some exciting new chains that are coming with a true values, a true mission, position themselves with actual existing users on top of that at a very large scale. So this is very exciting. I think Sony launching their chain, this is exciting. So yeah, I would say I'm supportive of that, 100%. But the liquidity is an issue.
Liquidity is definitely an issue. Ali?
I think it's a good thing. L2s, obviously without them, it's a problem on Ethereum. There are many dApps that need high throughput. You really need L2s to solve those problems. But also, I think L2s also represents communities. They bring communities that otherwise don't come together. I think Kaia is also a good representation of that. It kind of represents kind of like the best of Asia, many big companies behind Kaia. So I think in that sense, L2s are great. Of course, not every L2 is great. There's a lot of them out there. But, and of course, yeah, liquidity, definitely an issue. But despite these problems, in the end, I think L2s are great, needed solution for Ethereum.
Sahil, your thoughts?
On the 30-second answer.
Yeah, so L2s definitely are great because a lot of them serves a specific purpose, which may or may not have been solved with the Ethereum mainnet. And a lot of them have specialized apps or specialized domains, which again may not have been possible on the main Ethereum network. So it creates or it lowers the barrier of entry for a lot of people so that they can enter into the ecosystem of a particular L2, again, keeping the Ethereum ethos right there, because a lot of them are Ethereum compatible, plus a lot of them at the end of the day settle on Ethereum. So since there's so much resources or so many resources available for development on EVM-based chains, I think it's good. And yes, as already mentioned, liquidity is the biggest issue right now because bridging funds is not a good user experience, plus it's not that safe as well. And the thing what I see as a future for L2s is that yes, we will have a lot of different L2s, even L3s, which will be just specialized for a particular use case or even a particular app. That's what we are seeing right now. A lot of L3s are just being developed for a particular app or a particular, let's say, a game, etc. So what I am excited about is these aggregation layers, which a lot of these ecosystems are creating. For example, the Orbits layer by Arbitrum, the superchain layer by Optimism, the hyperchain layer by zkSync. So these layers are these layers, once fully developed and once fully operational, will act as a shared liquidity layer and shared data sharing layer between the chains made on top of these ecosystem or on top of these stack. But what we really need as an entire ecosystem is some sort of like general super chain, hyper chain sort of a thing, which can act as a layer between all of these different ecosystems, which connects all of these different ecosystems. We still have a very long way to go because right now these ecosystems are working on developing their own stacks, working on leveraging their own stack technology, etc. Which I don't blame anyone because it's in their favor to grow their ecosystem. It's in their favor to promote their trading, etc. But what we really need is aggregation layer or sharing layer between all of these ecosystems instead of creating silos between each ecosystem and just able to support the chains built on those stacks.
Yeah, so we're out of time, but I think there's a common theme here. Like the fragmentation liquidity is a legit concern. So that said, Sahil started talking about like an omni-chain layer. I mean, we have layer 0 and so on. Quick last thoughts. What are your thoughts on these new up-and-coming omni-chain layers, like the so-called layer 0s?
Not ready yet. I think we haven't seen real solving what we, those liquidity issues. I think it's a great direction, but I personally haven't seen really put this to market at the scale and solving all of those bridges issue yet. It's a great start.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think it's an exciting value proposition. I think we just need the test of time to tell us how this is going to go.
And Sahil, your thoughts on omni-chain layers?
Same. I mean, there have been some not proposals, but products from, let's say, layer 0. We have CCIP from Chainlink. They are great in a way that they work, but they are not there yet, plus very complex for anyone to integrate. And for anyone who is just starting out, they are very complex to integrate because I have worked with both. Like I have worked with layer 0 and I worked with CCIP as well of Chainlink. So they propose a very robust value proposition, but still there are some off-chain components to it, which I am a lot of times skeptical about.
All right. So, I mean, to be honest, I could go on with this conversation all night, but unfortunately we are out of time. So to wrap up, I mean, do you guys want to just say quick shills or anything that you want to discuss? Arno?
No, super excited. For me, to be honest, it's I don't get a chance to come to Asia a lot, and I think Token is probably the only place in here discovering, learning about the Korean market with all the team at Kaia. That's been very eye-opening for me, meeting new projects that I know is sometimes part of a Dune community, and just being eyes on the prize and being on the ground with all this crypto development happening in Asia and especially in Korea was just fantastic and exciting to see more during the Korea Blockchain Week.
Awesome. Ali?
Yeah, I'm super excited for Kaia. I'd love to see more and more powerful dApps come out of Asia. And yeah, thank you for having me here.
And Sahil?
Yeah, so first of all, I live in India, so I am very close to the Southeast Asia and Asia crypto market. So I have seen it to grow from where we were in the initial days to now. So I think I am very bullish on this region of the world because there are so many innovative solutions coming out of it. For example, gaming is very huge. So I would love to see a lot of different games come out of this region because, to be honest, that's where we meet user experience and crypto, right? And I think that will prevail the industry and that will take the industry forward and bring in more traditional users, non-Web3 users into the industry where they are just using the blockchain below the hood, under the hood, and they don't even know about it, stuff like that. So I'm really excited about those kind of innovations and excited to work with the Kaia team since we recently integrated to the testnet, and excited to see, or curious to see where things go and what people develop on Kaia.
All right. Well, I mean, I would like to thank our three panelists. Thank you for participating. Had a great conversation. There are still 2,700 people watching online. So everyone watching online, everyone in the room, today's it. That's it. Day one, we're done. But day two, we have a lot more cool stuff. Yours truly will be presenting tomorrow as well. So make sure you catch us either on stream or here in real life at KSL 2024. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for the discussion and information. 네, once again,
Once again, let's give it up to the moderator and the three panelists. Thank you very much for your insight. So with this, we conclude day one of Kaia Square Lounge 2021. So once again, I would like to thank you for your enthusiasm and support, and we will cut the live streaming short. And as for the translation receivers, please make sure to leave them on your seat so that we can collect them afterwards. And from 7 p.m., we will start the networking night. We will be rearranging the venue. So as for the registered members, please go outside and enjoy the dinner that we prepared before you come back inside. It was supposed to start at 7 p.m. However, in the interest of time, there has been a slight delay, which we will be announcing the exact time later on. And as for those who are participating in the network night, please go to the reception desk once again for further instructions. Thank you very much for your support. See you tomorrow.